Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. I don't know what that was, really. Whatever. It's been a weekend, huh? Well, welcome everyone who's in the SandBox. So far we have Soul Life, Susie Jones, and Hermeteorologist. Welcome. It is a brutally hot and gross and icky day today, just like yesterday. It's, yay. Climate is different all the time. If only there was another way of saying that. You know, a phrase that wouldn't get you, like, hurt on YouTube for saying it out loud. Anyway, as always, my producers in the SandBox, please let me know with thumbs up if the audio and visual is okay, because YouTube has been acting weird lately, and I don't have a paid producer. In fact, the people in my SandBox kind of pay me, so you pay me to do a job, haha, if that makes any sense. Anyway, hello Gunstroke Cybertonian and Rich P1K. Nice to see all of you. But yeah, it has been bonkers weekend. I'll get more into it when few more people show up. Hermeteorologist says has a crazy hailstorm here yesterday. We had, well, where I wasn't in town. I was in a different town. Like a sudden rain, but it wasn't too bad. And it was one of those weird rains where the storm cloud is right above you and you can look around and see blue sky. One of those. Oh, but yeah, I have a lot of news to go over today. For those of you who aren't aware, there is a new place on YouTube called This Space, which I am part of. I need to change my my little standard links that I have below to include that, I think. I will have to update that. You can catch me on This Space on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern. And I was actually able to get through to the majority report this week to talk about my channel and This Space. And I got a shout out. Well, I basically shouted myself out on majority report, which meant I got over 8K people subscribed to my YouTube channel. Woo, 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 woo. Ah, that's not what I want. There we go. Woo. Yay. Let's move one of these. Nope, that's not the one that I wanted to move around. OBS is such a pain sometimes. There we go. Ah, yay. Ah. Nope, that's not. Ah, OBS. Don't. I want to move this one. Ah, there we go. Now, how do I move it? Nope, that's not the right one. OBS is so finicky when you're trying to like move things on it. Yeah, that's what I want, but I want to twisty it. Want to twist it. No, I don't want. I want to make it turn. No, wrong. Anyway, woo woo. I'll figure that out later. Yes, I got 8K subscribers, 8,000 subscribers to my YouTube channel for now, of course, because, you know, it's still not much above 8,000. So any given day I can drop below and be frustrated all as hell. So I'll feel like a little bit more secure when I'm up to like 8.1K, that I'm like officially over 8,000. Because until then, because I was hovering anywhere between like 7.6 and 7.9 for a good 6 months. It felt like, I don't know if it was that long or not, but it felt like that. So it's entirely possible I'll lose a few subscribers and be below that 8,000, but you know what? I'll take the win right now. I'll take it right now. It is, am I still actually over that while I'm saying all of this? Okay, it's still saying I have 8,000. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh. You know what? For all you people who are in the sandbox nice and early, I'm going to give you a special treat. I'll show it later on, but you kind of get first view of it. So as a lot of you know, I do artwork. Ding ding. Artwork. This drawing here I did. Yes, I am an artiste. But you see, the last 2 portraits I've done, I wasn't happy with. And so I've done 2 portraits recently. One was of Michael Brooks and one was of Emma Vigeland. And they're good, no doubt about it. People can look at them and they'll be like, I know who that is, if they actually know who they are. Because if you don't know who Emma or Michael are, then you wouldn't recognize them. But if you do know who they are, you will look at the drawings and be like, damn, that is them. And so those were like the last two face portraits I did, and I wasn't happy with them, and it was driving me crazy because I'm like, oh no, what if I'm losing my skill? Because of course every artist worries about that. And so I thought, I'm going to do another one, and I've started it. I'm not done yet, but I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling good. This is hitting the spot. Now, part of the reason why the Emma and Michael drawing weren't probably up to my snuff is the quality of the picture I was working from. Not the greatest quality, you know, they're screen grabs from the Majority Report YouTube channel. It's not like they shoot in 4K or anything or broadcast in 4K. So it's hard to get a good, clear picture of it. And the clearer the picture, the better the drawing. And so I wanted to do a portrait of someone who also posts regularly on Instagram. And the quality of the images, much better. The video feed, much clearer. So I was able to get a screen grab of a certain expression that I really liked. And the first one I did sucked. Well, it didn't suck. It's just, I got to a certain point and I'm like, it's not hitting it. So again, I was feeling a little worried that I wasn't going to be able to do it. But that particular image, again, it wasn't from the Instagram. It was from their YouTube channel, and it wasn't the clearest. It had like a really fun expression that I wanted to do, but it was from the YouTube channel, so it wasn't the clearest. So I gave up on it after about 3 hours or so, because I'm like, it's not hitting it. I don't think if I continue, like, again, it would be one of those things. It would look like her. People would know who she is, but it wasn't up to my snuff. So I'm like, okay, I want to start a new one. So I started a new one, and I've been working on it, and I'm like, this is my snuff. This is my snuff. This is hitting it. This is making me feel good about my drawing, that I am hitting what I feel like it should be. I'm feeling, it's not done yet. So when you see it, remember, it's an incomplete piece. It's going to get better. And I usually add like a shaded background and stuff to it, which I haven't done yet because, like I said, I'm still working on it. But I'm feeling a lot better about my skill set after working on this drawing. Any guess as to who this person is? I already indicated that they are a she. So any thoughts as to who this person is that I have started to draw? I want to see what your guesses are in the sandbox while I'm checking some messages in here. People congratulating me on the 8,000. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Let's see. Yes, we have one mod in the channel right now, so everyone behave themselves. Hermetologist says rabbits have tiny pocket watches. It's true, because Grand Theft Autobot was what rabbit wearing blazer hops in, pulls out pocket watch. I'm late. Mm-hmm. So, Life, I didn't give any other clues other than she's a she. That narrows it down to, well, considering online leftist commentators, that does narrow it down by just mentioning she's a she. Uh, uh, let's see. Oh, Susie Jones says, I don't know who gifted me a sub, but thank you. Oh, the name off the top of, if I see their name, I would be able to tell you, but somebody went and did like 20 subs one live stream not too long ago. That's probably who. If I saw their name, I'd be able to tell you who it is, but the autism thing, I'm horrible with name retention and face recognition retention. So basically, I don't recognize people when I'm outside sometimes, even if I know them. If I see them out of context, I might not recognize them. And names, I'm just the worst at names. So Life says, I know it's not Emma. No, it's not. Do I get any guesses? Any guesses? Hello, Orb Vroomer. I want at least one actual guess before I show you who it is, because those of you who know her will be like, I know who that is. A leftist content creator, female, and a lot of you will know who she is. Because fans of leftist content creators that are on my channel tend to, we all tend to fan over the same other channels as well, so chances are y'all know her. Rich P1, you got it. You got it. I don't know if you're like looking over my shoulder and you can kind of see a little bit of the drawing, but yes, you got it. It's Olaimi, or Ole, that I've been working on. So now it's for the reveal. I'm going to show you the drawing, but a reminder, it's not done yet. I'm going to do it all dramatic like, so I'm going to do this first. Now you can't see it until I have it all up and ready. And then it's totally going to be out of focus when it first zooms in, but here we go. Boom! Oh yeah, that's like white paper there. There we go. So I still have a fair bit of work to do on this. Do the shaded background and everything. Add in a little bit more definition in the features, some more distinct shading, making the darks even darker in the face. Smoothing out the skin here, so it's not looking all scribbly like. But yeah, there we go. Nobody tell her yet. Not that I think any of you have like a direct line to her, but shh. When I'm drawing someone, I don't like that person to see it until it's done. But other people, I'm fine showing off works in progress. And Grand Theft Autobot said, well, let's start from the beginning of all the compliments because I like that. Soul Life says, I can't believe I forgot Ole. I just watched her today. Yeah, she came out with a video that I plan on watching like after this live stream, talking about the douche canoe who just got off on really horrendous charges. But let's see. Susie Jones says, wow, that's incredible. Grand Theft Autobot says, ole, nice. Rich P1 says, look, very good so far. Hermeteorologist, damn, that's good. The True Democratic North, I am an artist and I'm not that good. Different styles, different techniques. I can't draw a cartoon unless I'm copying somebody else. Soul Life, she looked sad when I first looked at it, but that went away the longer I looked at it. I had a magic 8-ball, Susie Jones. I don't know where it is anymore. I don't know if it's good because air gets into it eventually and then it just doesn't work anymore. Yeah, I want to work on the expression a little bit because it's not, yeah, it's not done, but it's a very interpretable emotion, I think, on her face. Like you could take it many ways, which actually probably is a good thing when it comes to drawing. Um, Rich P1K says, I wish I had that level of skills. I'd be lucky if my lines aren't wobbly. Uh, I do I like it. I've gotten to the point now with my art that I'm turning to it as an outlet and a distraction. Because when I do the artwork, it feels like I'm still being productive and creating something. But then that also makes focusing on getting my TYT video done a lot more difficult because I'm just like, I'm stressing out. I'm going to go draw. So it is a distraction from doing that video. And I need to get that video done because I've been living in the world of necroplasm. And I so desperately want to get back to this story and start plotting out the timeline and the overlaps and developing the characters more and then getting into writing their stories and stuff. And I live in this world. I dream of this world. You know, I'm in it all the time. And like I even have this hope that when I die, I've basically written my next life in this, you know. That's what creatives do. We create our next life in this world without us quite knowing what we're doing. And, you know, I kind of really hope that one day I wake up to be in this book. So I desperately want to get back to that book because that's where my brain is all the time. I just know that if I start that without finishing the TYT project, the TYT project ain't never getting done. And I've already invested so much time and energy and work into that. I need to get it done. I need to get it out there. I need to put it online while it's still semi-relevant. And so I really need to, it's the task changing I'm having a hard time with because it's like, okay, I kind of know what the next steps are, but it's so hard for me to focus on that. It's so hard for me to just switch. And it's one of those things that once I do, it's a lot easier to keep on going. But I think a lot of it is, it's a lot of organizing I need to do. And it's not in a layout that's easy to really manipulate. Like, it's not like it's a bunch of pictures where I can move the pictures around and stuff like that. Like, it's entire montages and stuff that I have to start figuring out, okay, what order are they going into? Kind of like when I'm arranging my docket, you know, for these new streams. You know, I want to make sure that they're in an order that makes sense, that flows, and then I have to write out the commentary that I'm doing at different parts of it, and it's a lot of work, but it needs to get done. And then there's just the anxiety about it, that I'm worried it won't live up to what I want it to be. Like whether or not it lives up to what other people, like it's my expectations I'm worried about not meeting, if that makes any sense. Oh. And let's see. So live, I can add an 8-ball to the chat if we had Nightbot. I don't think the Nightbot exists anymore. I haven't seen it around. So live, the very first reply to your I need a coffin, left of the coffin logo on the space Discord was me posting a logo for consideration. I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, and now it's in the corner when I'm doing my the last Wednesdays of the month when I'm on this space. I'm not on this space. Minuet from this book is on this space, giving commentary as a 1400-year-old vampire on our social and political world that we're living in here. So it's a lot of fun. I love role-playing as a vampire. And, you know, in my next life, I hope to come back as Minuet and my book and live that life. It'd be a very long life, I'm just saying. Even though it's pretty horrific and traumatizing in parts, but, you know, it's just... Let's just say her life wasn't easy in this book. So yes, I hope to come back in a life where I get traumatized over and over again. But part of it is the relationships that she has in there, the experiences, the world, the everything like all around that's involved with it. Um, like it's much easier to recover from trauma if you have people around you who are there and supportive and love you. And if you're in a healthy environment when it comes to just like the world and society and whatnot, it's much, much easier to recover from trauma if you're then not stressed out about like, how are you going to pay your bills? Whether you fit into society in a certain way, if you meet a capitalistic need and all that sort of stuff, it's easier to recover. Oh, but yeah. So yeah, I desperately want to come back in my next life as so I need to finish writing the story so that I know what my next life will look like. Oh, but I'm in a very weird headspace right now because, I'm autistic, so I'm gonna overshare. That's kind of what we do. I don't know if that makes it interesting or not. If that makes me interesting as a podcaster, that I can just keep on talking and going off topic. Like ADHD, how do you do podcasting without having ADHD? Does it make it better or worse? I suppose you would focus more on one story and actually get out everything that you meant to get out as opposed to jumping around. But sometimes when I jump around, I go to really interesting lily pads, so to speak. Um, but yeah, I'm in a really weird headspace because yesterday I went to a celebration of a life gathering. I had a friend of mine pass away um, back in April. And we weren't close right now, but he had a huge impact on my life back when we were closer and whatnot. And it's not like it was sudden. He was 95, so it's one of those things. He lived a very long, interesting life, very eccentric. And that's part of the reason why him and I think, kind of resonated was like our theatrical flair and whatnot. And, he had a really huge impact on my life. And so yesterday was the celebration of life gathering for him in a different city. And that was all fine and dandy until I went out to my car to check on something and saw a parking ticket. Apparently, I was blocking a driveway, but I thought what I was parked in front of was a lawn because it was covered in grass and there were no indents like a car actually parks there. There was no, like, it would get worn down or oil or something all over the grass. Like, it did not look like a driveway. And I parked in front of it, and so I got a ticket. So I'm not very happy about that, and I'm going to try to challenge it, but I don't know how successful that will be. But it's just, given that I hate the system that we live in so much. You make a mistake, an honest mistake, and you get penalized for it. And I hate that. It reminds me so much of like childhood trauma where you would get punished so severely or yelled and screamed at and called stupid because you made an honest mistake over something. And that's what this was. I wasn't purposely trying to block a driveway. I just thought it was a lawn. And our system is so punitive. And so it's like, oh no, now that's $80 that you owe because you accidentally thought this driveway was a lawn and you parked in front of it. And so I hate how this system is set up because it doesn't, the punishment doesn't suit the crime. Not that this was a crime. And it disproportionately affects people who live with poverty. Because if you're rich, it doesn't, like, $80 is nothing. But when you live with poverty, that's a lot of money. So I'm going to try to challenge it and just hope that the person who reviews my case has a heart. I have, like the Facebook notice of the celebration of life to kind of be like, hey, I'm from out of town. I was there for this celebration of life. I took a picture of the lot and be like, Are you trying to tell me you would look at this and think if you didn't know it was a driveway that it was a driveway? So, it's so, the way that the system is set up is just, it sends people spiraling because what can you do? What can you do? Hello, Swift Returns. True Democratic North, I have autism too, yeah. Gunstroke the Cybertonium. Well, info dumps tend to happen as a fellow member of the spectrum with autism. I get into those a lot. Hence why my live streams tend to be almost 5 hours long now. Swift Returns, challenging parking tickets, has a high success rate in Southern Ontario, so I hope you get it. Yeah. Well, I took a picture of the lot. I'm also going to send information that I'm on ODSP, as well as the notice that I was there for a celebration of life, and just saying, like, I thought it was a drive, like I thought it was a lawn. I didn't realize it was a driveway that I was parked in front of, and hope that they're forgiving. Rich P1K, I like how out of context that makes Soul look like he's intentionally driving himself mad, lol. I don't know what that means. Soul Life, it's business, your ticket pays their bills, yep. Swift Returns, exactly, all bylaws are really rich loopholes, at least in Southern Ontario. Yeah. Hello, Marty. Good day, good people. I hope everyone is having a great day and weekend. You came in at the perfect time for that comment. You might want to backtrack a few minutes. Oh. Hello, 56 Nick Rich, and Susie Jones is wondering how did I get my, I'm assuming you're asking me how I got my diagnosis. And officially I have not been diagnosed. Because, like, here in Canada, it's actually hard to get diagnosed with things you know you have. And also, when it comes into, like, the mental health area, it's not easy because it's not covered under our regular mental health. So the specialists and stuff, like, I can go and be on a wait list for years and years and years, and then maybe see one doctor that's very dismissive, and then whatnot, and or you have to pay out of pocket to see certain specialists to get diagnosed with ADHD and whatnot. But it's one of those things, like, sometimes you can have a fracture in your arm, but you don't know if your arm is broken, and you need to go see a doctor for that. Because, you know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But then sometimes, if the bone is sticking out of the skin, you know you got a broken arm. And once I start understanding what autism is, hearing other people's experiences and stuff, I'm like, oh, so that thing sticking out of my arm is my bone. And my arm is broken. It became very, very, very obvious that that is that I'm neurodivergent and that it's autism, among many things, because it's never just one thing usually. Like neurodivergence, it's never usually just one thing, because as a child I knew I was dyslexic, and it'd be very rare for somebody to be dyslexic and nothing else. And I picked up on the ADHD and OCD a long, long time ago, but I didn't quite clue into the autism until I basically got on social media and started hearing other people talk about it. And that's why way back when I was trying to do regular videos of like, oh, so that's autism, where it just kind of describes some of my experiences and to help other people potentially relate. And a lot of people will be like, well, everyone's a little neurodivergent or something like that. And the thing that I have to say to that is like, yes, everyone will have a headache from time to time. But then there are people who suffer from migraines. It's a scale thing. And so when I started hearing these different stories and started investigating more on what autism actually is, yeah, that explains a lot. And part of me, like, I wish I knew when I was younger. Although it's very difficult to diagnose girls, as they would have thought I was. as autistic because usually it's just behavioral things and you're forced to mask at a really young age, and especially if you're female and whatnot. Um, like part of me wishes I knew back then, but also just given the environment I was in with my family, that could have hurt me because it wasn't an easy environment to grow up in. And if I was diagnosed as that, then I think they would have treated me more like I was broken back then and probably exacerbated it and made it worse. Although a lot of the treatment I got didn't exactly, wasn't exactly beneficial, when I was literally told to just fake it at times. Like, just go to the event and fake it that you're okay. uh, but like, even when I tried to get diagnosed as dyslexic in college and in high school, they didn't want to do it because it cost the school boards and the colleges money to diagnose. And since my marks were already really high, they're like, we don't want to invest that in you when you're doing fine. I wasn't doing fine. I was going fucking mad. And I was struggling. But since my marks were, generally speaking, really good, they didn't want to do that. Or they would look at one sheet of paper, see that there weren't any things backwards, and be like, well, you're not dyslexic, without realizing how hard I've had to work and how much mental energy it takes for me to keep things in order, which is why later on in the live streams, especially if I get tired, I might start stuttering. I will start reversing things. Words will come out. You'll hear you'll hear two different words merged together and stuff because the more tired I am, the harder I am keeping my dyslexia in check. So there's that. But let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Or Brumer Tony Impound has to be the most scandalous thing, especially with city contracts. I would think so. Like, I'm fortunate, I guess, that my car wasn't towed. I do believe it was the homeowner that called the bylaw to get me ticketed, though, because afterwards, as I was leaving the Celebration of Life gathering, there was a car parked on that lot, which just, again, it kind of blew my mind because there was no wear in the grass. Nothing that would indicate that anything parks there, at least regularly or anything. So Life C, this is why Americans shouldn't get free or affordable health care. 56 Nick Rich, I just read the title. Alberta wanting to separate pisses me off. They owe everyone in Canada an apology for being so selfish. There's a funny twist in that story coming up that we'll get to as soon as I actually, get on track and start doing my job. Swift returns. That's my experience. I waited years and then my doctor was like, nope. And I took 2 years to get another doctor who was like, yep, why didn't you get diagnosed sooner? Yeah. There's a lot of biases on who's diagnosing you. And if they have any sort of, biases towards women, especially being diagnosed and whatnot, and all their own mental and emotional baggage going into it, because I had like a physical condition that I was trying to get diagnosed, and this would be me way oversharing if I were to start talking about this. But the male doctor I was dealing with initially was just so dismissive, and I didn't get diagnosed properly and everything until I saw a female doctor who's like, oh, here's the problem, here's the prescription, you're cured. And I was like, duh. But yeah, it would all depend on who you saw and whatnot. But if I go through like the checklists of are you autistic, yeah. Or Bruner, FBI raided the tow lot with the St. Louis street contract had $400K in their safe. Police chief's crackhead daughter crashed 2 cars test driving them. Okay, police chief's crackhead daughter crashed 2 cars test driving them. Okay, I got the inflections of that sentence down. So Life, we had an Alberta chatter once, LOL. Man, they were mad and said, this is the problem with you people a lot. Swift returns, Alberta. Outsmarted Danny Smith so smoothly. I love it so much. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. We'll get to it. Let's see, Rich P1, just fake it, literally the worst thing to be told. I mean, the person telling you that you can't be bothered to try to put themselves in your shoes. Yeah. No, just, why can't you fake it? Fake it for me. You know, make me comfortable at this thing by pretending you're okay with everything, that you're not so depressed and whatnot. So many times. I have some stories about that. Swift returns. I had similar experience growing up, different disabilities, but same problem with schools and doctors here in Canada. Yeah. I was mentioning it on my This Space slot. I don't know when. Maybe the second one, where I was talking about neurodivergence and me being neurodivergent. And I've mentioned it on my channel before, but for people who are a bit newer to me, like back in elementary school, my mom clued in that I was dyslexic. You know, things like I would come home after school and I'd want to watch channel 12, but I would type in 21. But that was the right channel, you know, like I was reversing numbers, or if I went over to a friend's house and gave her the phone number, if the first time she called she didn't get through, she would reverse the last 2 digits and then the correct number would be there. Just the way that I would say what year I was born in, I would always reverse the last 2 numbers, which would mean I hadn't been born yet, you know, things like that. So my mom clued in that I was dyslexic, but the school didn't want to deal with it. So she insisted that they get my IQ tested in twice. And each time I proved to be above average, which is very, very common for people who are dyslexic. And I had a much larger vocabulary than most students and all that sort of stuff. But again, the school didn't want to have to deal with that. So they just put me in special ed. Not to treat the dyslexia, but to treat me like I was developmentally behind or stupid or the R-slur. Because, you know, and then classmates would laugh at me because it's like, oh, you don't know how to spell ball? I knew how to spell it, but I was reversing the B's and the D's and I didn't know how to explain. Like, I know it, but my brain doesn't seem to know it. Like when I'm trying to communicate it, it doesn't come out right. And so I'd get teased about that. And then my spelling is atrocious still. Back in elementary school, it was also atrocious, partly because of the dyslexia. Like I am one of the worst spellers around. That's why I'm constantly double checking things. That's why I was off social media when it first started to be developed, because I'd have to dumb down my sentences so much to make sure I was spelling it right. And this was back in the day when you didn't have like all these automatic spell checkers and whatnot. And yeah, and then I'd get like the teacher who was trying to help me out saying, oh, look, you wrote this whole sentence without any mistakes, trying to be encouraging, but at that age it felt condescending. Like I knew their intent was good, but I really felt like I was being condescended towards. Like it's just, this is why I don't like it when people tell me they're proud of me for whatever reason, because I would have so many people back then be like, I'm so proud of you. Look, you spelt this word right. And it just got under my skin. To this day, I don't like being told that somebody is proud of me. It just rubs me the wrong way. Because part of my frustration back then was I knew something was wrong. Like I knew I wasn't stupid, but everyone around me was basically telling me I am. but I didn't know how to communicate it. I didn't know how to explain that for some reason my brain wasn't doing it. And the only conclusion I could come to was, well, maybe I am stupid. And so and that's where your mental health really starts to get fucked, because it's like in today's day and age, you look around at what's happening in the world and you're like, how is everyone not going crazy? Why am I the crazy one? You're looking at the world like, how do people not recognize that's a genocide? What about climate change? What is going on here? Why aren't people taking this seriously? And you feel like, you know you're right, but the world is telling you you're wrong all the time, or dismissing it, or making it seem like not a big deal, and you wonder what the hell is going on in this world. And I was getting that at like a child level when it came to that sort of thing. Like, I know I'm right, but the world is telling me I'm stupid and I'm wrong. And how do you push back against that when you're a child and you don't have the supports in place to help you through that sort of thing? Because my mom back then, not necessarily a great mom. We have a good relationship now. Just want to say that. But, her mom, my grandma, who I got really close to in the last few years of her life, my grandma was very abusive towards her and didn't teach her how to be a good mom. And especially with the stepfather that I was living with, really bad, really bad. And so sometimes my mom would want to help, but she didn't know how to help, which meant that sometimes she did the absolute worst thing possible. Because like the most blaring, biggest example I have of that was, back in elementary school when I was dealing with all this and the depression hit, and it hit hard, I started overeating and I put on a ton of weight in elementary school. And so my mom's way of helping me with that was, when I was 10 years old, putting me in Weight Watchers. Gee, that didn't fuck me up at all. Getting me into diet culture that young, and being the only kid in these little group meetings talking about your diet and what you're eating, and again mentioning I lost 4 pounds and having the group clap, feeling very, again, like, oh, this is what it means to have somebody be proud of you, when I just felt disgusted by having to be there. And then I was the only one in the family going through this too. That is why I have issues with weight to this day, because it started that young. Let's see. Susie Jones, oh boy, I get it now why my parents had me tested so young. I read at age 2 and understood numbers were completely different, so they didn't go together, and confused I couldn't get math. Could orate all. Some people don't even, in Soul Life saying, some people don't even want you to park at the curb in front of their house. Yeah, that's true. 56 Nick Rich, I'm an old fart born in 1956. Autism wasn't even a topic until I was in my 30s. I think several kids I went to school with are on the spectrum, but were never diagnosed. My grandmother, absolutely. And it's, hereditary. It runs in the family. And looking back at my grandmother, her behaviors, some of her patterns and what she was doing, absolutely, definitely, she was autistic too. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. I'm a semi-old fart born in 72, and I never heard of autism in school. Yeah. There was a special ed class in my school, and there were 2 types of special ed. So there was me, but then there was also the other group that were children like Down syndrome and what would now be recognized as like extreme autism, like very autism that isn't well managed. I don't know what the proper term for it is. So let's see. Swift Returns. I saw Rain Man when I was like 5 or something and thought autism was superpower for a while. Movies that promote it as a superpower are kind of, because I watched a couple movies recently, The Accountant 1 and 2. And it was frustrating, their portrayal of autistic people, that somehow we have these super abilities, but at the same time, some of us kind of do. People who are neurotypical don't draw like this. You can just and you know, some of my ADHD, some of my autism are very beneficial, but then they get kind of, what's that word, when ruled out. It's not ruled out, but becomes like null and void when it comes to my social interactions. And so it doesn't matter how good I am at art if I can't function in this society. But then treating it like it's some sort of superpower, because then there's also lots of autistic people who are just socially awkward and don't have these superpowers, you know? So then that would make them feel extrally like there's something wrong with them. And so to paint people who are autistic with some sort of superpower all the time doesn't give a good like, it is, again, it's a spectrum. Not all people will have extraordinary abilities while being autistic, but pretty much all extraordinary people are probably neurodivergent. So it is, and just the way in The Accountant, how they portrayed the autistic person, the main character, it's like they did a checklist of like, we heard autistic people do this, this, and this, and this. And so that's what we're going to do, without a full understanding of, at that age, how well you learn how to mask, you know, that it wouldn't, I've never seen an autistic person like that exactly. But then again, there probably is some, but it felt so artificial, the way that they were portraying this person. Yeah. Anyway. It's been like an hour and I still haven't even gotten to the news. Oh boy. So life, I think my school called it inclusion classes. They had 2 teachers. So life, there's an accountant 2? Yes, that's why I watched Accountant 1. Well, it was still on Prime Video for 5 days. And then I watched 2 because I recognized the one actor. Well, I recognized the 2 main actors, but I saw the guy who plays the Punisher on the good series of Punisher was in it. And I'm like, oh, I wanted to see this now. So I watched 1 and 2 back to back, and it's like, 56 Nick Rit. Sandy looks great today, by the way. Why, thank you. Swift Returns. The account I thought was way more careful, showing it as a real disability in this society while still giving me explosions. I didn't see the second one yet. Yeah, to me, it felt artificial, I think is the best way to explain it. Like they just did a checklist of like, this is what an autistic person is, without really, because it just felt artificial, because I did see things in it like, okay, how he makes the breakfast the same way all the time. I don't want to give spoilers for number 2, but there were some things in it. It's like, yeah, I get it. But it's just, it was contrived. It was artificial to me. That's all. Canadian socialists. I relate to someone who doesn't have autism, but bipolar disorder, which has similar portrayals in the media, but it's more dysfunctional and debilitating for me. Yeah, I got diagnosed with bipolar when I was in my early 20s, which now could just be undiagnosed autism with mental health issues. So you can have autism and not have mental health issues, but mental health issues usually come along, especially if it's not treated or recognized and understood. And so I developed some like my mood swings were diagnosed as bipolar. They were so bad, or manic depressive and stuff. And yeah. Let's see. Nope, I didn't buy his ability to pick up line dancing that quickly. Yeah, things like that, things like that. Just, it felt artificial to me. I could see them trying, but yeah. Also, it's entirely possible to be autistic and have expressions on your face. Grand Theft Auto, this is the preamble part of the stream, yes. So Life Ben Affleck did no advertising for the second, I guess, lol. Or it's just... movies don't get advertised much these days, especially if you're online and you might have things that block advertisements of sorts. Like, really, the only way I found out about it was through the recommends on Prime that I'm not paying for. So it's, yeah. Because I'll find out, like, oh, there was this movie I would have loved to see in theater if I had the money, but I didn't know it was out. And I think that's just movies these days. You don't hear that much about it unless you specifically look for it. 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Let's get the super chat started, eh? They say, which would be greatly appreciated considering the parking ticket I got. Hello, Monop. Well, I'll talk about that again later on. Hello, Mudbuds. I should probably actually get into the news. Because I did all this work, you know, putting them in order, the dockets. I should get to it. Oh. This is me trying to transition into the news of the day when I look at it's like, oh, so this is what we're going to talk about now. After all. Let's move on to genocide. Oh, this world. Although, I thought this one, it's not that bad because it's Owen Jones, and I just love watching Owen Jones because Owen Jones, and he was on Piers Morgan recently, and I watched the whole video. You can go to Owen Jones' YouTube channel and you can see the whole video of him on Piers Morgan, which is really, really good, and I recommend it to everyone. But he also snipped it up and put a couple of the clips on Twitter, so we're going to watch them because they're Owen Jones and he did a great job. And you know, he's easy to listen to. There's something about certain accents and whatnot. You know. Gotta fit this in my ear hole. There we go. Marty, I also have some autism and ADHD and OCD, and by far OCD is the most horrendous. OCD for me can be a superpower, but again, it's one of those things. They can help and hinder depending on how they're interacting with the environment at any given time. Anyway, let's get to the news. Yeah, so recently Owen Jones was on Piers Morgan talking about the genocide in Gaza, and I do recommend everyone go to his YouTube page and watch the full video. It is great. But we're just going to watch a couple clips on Twitter because, you know, if we're going to cover this absolutely horrendous news, this is a good way to do it, is just seeing Piers Morgan tie himself in itty bitty little teeny weeny pretzels, trying to get out of the, I'm a horrible person, aren't I? Language. So, Owen Jones tweeted out, "Me, you're a genocide denier. Piers Morgan, I'm not a genocide denier." I need to do that in a British accent, don't I? Anyway, me, do you think Israel is committing genocide? No, that's not right. Okay. Me, do you think Israel is committing genocide? Piers, no, at length. Seriously, wild. I have a sympathetic ear for accents. If I hear it, then I might be able to do it, but I'm not going to try. Anyway, let's watch this, shall we? Because it's fun, and it is almost 5 minutes long, but it's Owen Jones talking to Piers Morgan.
What Israel's been doing in Gaza in the last few months...
Is it genocide?
...has crossed... I don't think it is genocide.
Well, okay,
I don't think it is genocide.
This is a real problem.
Hang on. No, it's not a problem.
It is a problem, because you're a genocide denier.
Hang on. I'm not a genocide denier.
You are. Do you think Israel's committing genocide, yes or no?
Do you know what genocide is?
Yes, I do.
What do you think it is?
Genocide is the intention to destroy a people in whole or in part.
Right. Okay.
Do you not think that's what's happening to the Palestinians of Gaza?
Do you think they're trying to kill every Palestinian?
That's not the definition of genocide. Which genocide is every single person being killed?
Yeah, if we went by the definition of like, oh, they're trying to kill every single person, or they have, then there would be no genocides that would be on record type thing. Like here in Canada, with the Indigenous peoples, there are bands of Indigenous First Nations that were probably wiped off the map, completely erased from history. And that would be like one of the few examples of a genocide wiping out everyone. But genocides, generally speaking, that doesn't happen, nor is it necessarily they're trying to wipe out everyone, maybe just in a certain area, but then there's also the ethnic cleansing and all of that sort of stuff. So that's why it's very important to point out that's not the definition and stick to the actual definitions of what is a genocide, what is ethnic cleansing. And if you start going point by point, this is what it is, and you start showing what Israel is doing, it's kind of hard to then say they're not committing a genocide.
I think what is happening is more ethnic cleansing. Okay? It's how I would describe it. We can disagree.
No, this is...
You can disagree. A lot of people think it is genocide.
No, it's not genocide, it's ethnic cleansing. It's kind of like, no, it wasn't murder, it was just homicide with intent.
Okay. It has not been officially declared a genocide, right?
What does that... Obviously,
it hasn't been officially declared
the International Court of Justice is the only arbiter you could point to. No, just quickly, they would have to take years to do that. Okay, let me just put
I would call it, what Smodrich is talking about is ethnic cleansing.
A consensus of genocide scholars believe Israel is committing genocide. And that includes, just quickly, Israeli scholars of genocide. Omar Bartov, he's a professor of genocide and Holocaust studies.
But you asked me what I think.
No. No, but this is what I'm going to ask you, because we're talking about experts, people who actually dedicate their lives.
But many experts say it isn't.
No, let me quickly, Omar Bartov, Raz Sigal, these are only Israeli genocide scholars. Amos Goldberg, Israeli professor of Holocaust history. Daniel Blattman, he's the head of the Institute.
What's the ICC say?
The ICC is still investigating, and their charges are...
And I've been over this part on my channel before because Amnesty International has come out with a report, and I went to like a Zoom conference about how the process of them declaring what's happening is a genocide. And they said, like, part of the problem is right now is we can't wait for the ICC, really, because there is a process. They can't just declare it. They have to do certain steps. They have to do investigation. They have to, and it takes years. It does. Even though it's obviously a genocide to a lot of people, but for the ICC to go through their processes will take years. And that is years the people in Gaza don't have. And so to wait until after the fact to call it a genocide, it's a cop-out from people like Piers Morgan to say that, wait until it's been, after all these people have died. Oh, yeah, I guess it was a genocide. Call it what it is. You can call it what it is now.
Now come up with another.
What's it say?
Well, we don't know because they've been ordered not to release any future charges.
We do know
no,
that it has not declared it a genocide.
Yet.
Right.
Yeah,
there's evidence that it's potential. I agree with that.
Can you tell me? No,
I agree with that. By the way,
Piers, can you give me
let me get a word in.
Can you
So Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch have both said it's a genocide.
tell me a single genocide scholar who thinks this isn't genocide?
Let me get a word in.
Okay.
My biggest problem with all of this is that you and I can argue the toss about numbers and this and that and scale and genocide, the ethnic cleansing and so on. The reason we don't know more about how to assess this is because British and international journalists have not been allowed into Gaza to do their job. On that, I think.
Also, there's this issue of journalists who are in Gaza, you know, Palestinian journalists, being slaughtered. There's that as well.
We completely agree, right? If the international journalists were allowed in, they could get to the bottom of all this stuff. I think when they finally get in, we are going to find evidence of appalling war crimes. I really believe that. I believe that is why the Israeli government continues to ban international journalists. So it may well be that when the journalists get in, that you and I meet again, and I say to you, I believe the bar for genocide was met. At the moment, I don't.
So can
I believe.
Piers,
well, that's my honest opinion.
Can I just ask you? You spoke for a long time there. I've read several genocide scholars. There's a consensus of genocide scholars who believe this is genocide. I'm asking you to name me one.
Well, I'll just name the ICC, who have not ruled that yet.
We don't know that.
Well, we do.
No, we don't. Sorry, the ICC, just quickly, is this true or not? Do you know this? The ICC have ordered any future charges cannot be made public. We don't know what other charges they've made. The bar for genocide, because of intent, is much higher.
Right.
Now, so we don't know what charges they're going to make.
So we don't know it's genocide yet?
Well...
you just admitted it.
No.
Or did you not?
It takes years, that process. The legal process takes years.
So why don't we wait for that to determine whether it's genocide or not?
We can rely on the evidence of genocide scholars who dedicate their lives. Okay. You think you know better than genocide scholars. That's
you think the scholars know more than the ICC? Maybe they do, maybe they don't.
Actually, yeah, I kind of do, because the scholars that's their specialty. That's what they study. The ICC are basically judges type thing. So, yeah, I do believe the scholars on genocide would know more at this time than the ICC.
Because the ICC takes years.
It's clearly an arguable point.
Well, it isn't, because the ICC take years. That legal process takes years. Now, for example, on the 9th of October, the head of Kogat, the Israeli general in charge of Kogat, he said, the Major General Ghassanalian, he said Hamas has become ISIS. He said the citizens of Gaza are celebrating instead of condemning. Human beasts will be dealt with accordingly. You will get no water or energy, just damage. You asked for hell, you wanted hell. That tweet was addressed, it was a video, the tweet was addressed to Hamas and the residents of Gaza. Do you accept that's genocidal?
I think it falls into the category of what I've said repeatedly.
No, why is that not genocidal?
Well, it's genocidal language.
OK, so he's...
Oh, now it's just, well, the language is genocidal. You know, there's probably war crimes. It's probably ethnic cleansing. This language is genocidal, but should we really be calling it a genocide?
Who is he? He's the IDF general.
Smotrich is the leading member of the government.
IDF in charge.
Smotrich talks in genocidal language. I don't dispute that.
So you accept intent as that?
You're asking me
you accept intent as the highest bar to
ask me, do I believe yet it is genocide? I do not.
Do you believe there is genocidal intent?
I believe there's genocidal rhetoric.
No, well...
They're just talk. It's just locker room talk. That's all. It's just locker room talk. What they're doing, they don't mean it. It's just, you know, boys being boys, locker room talk.
What's the difference between rhetoric and intent? What is the difference expressed by a minister and a general?
Describe to me the difference between a genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Well, ethnic cleansing is just the forcible removal of people from their land on the basis of ethnicity. Genocide is when you attempt to destroy people in whole or in part. You don't actually need to kill people to do that, by the way.
And then there's this one. That was also good. And again, you can go to Owen Jones' channel and he talks about it. It's like it's over 20 minutes, the video, but it's well worth the watch, where he talks about it and shows the full kind of interview. And it was nice that he was in studio for this, because then it's harder to actually cut him off. Like, you can't just switch away or have the camera go away or something. Like, he's actually there in studio, which I think makes it a lot harder for Piers Morgan to push back. But let's give this one a watch.
The war crimes, which you keep erasing because you keep
I
starting
want
the
to
clock
see the
on
evidence of the war
October.
crimes. So when
They
it
did them on
comes,
they've done them
when
on
it
camera.
comes, I will be the first to
They did them on
lambast
camera.
them.
Where's the evidence of the war crimes? All over the fucking place. They're online. You can see them right now. In fact, you can go to Google Earth and see the before and afters and be like, that looks like a war crime, what's happened there. We've seen the war crimes repeatedly. We've heard them do the war crimes by saying, we're going to cut off all power and water and, do the whole collective punishing thing, which is a war crime.
They did them on camera.
But I prefer due process on these things.
Yeah, but when they declare to the world they're fighting human animals, and they're going to, from the very beginning, they said...
I would call Hamas human animals.
They didn't say, they said civilians.
Right, well,
they said the residents of Gaza,
right.
and they said they were cutting off, at the very beginning, water and fuel. Is a deliberate siege of...
Do you know what?
Is a deliberate siege of a civilian population, is that a war crime, yes or no?
Listen, if you're asking me, do I agree with the occupation? No.
No, I'm talking about the siege. They announced the siege
No,
of
they shouldn't have
Gaza.
been able to do it.
Is it a war crime or not?
Probably.
So you accept they committed war crimes from day one then?
I think the siege that they enacted because they were able to is indicative of the wider, bigger picture problem of the occupation. I agree with that.
So you conceded the point then. You conceded the point that this doesn't begin, obviously, in the 7th of October.
Of course not.
But then...
I've never said that.
You would never say...
I think you should watch my show more often.
Well, I've got...
It's good to have you back.
Life's too short.
It's good to have you back. But honestly, life isn't too short for you to be better informed about what I do on my show.
Well, you don't accept Israel's
You throw
committing
out all
genocide.
these generalisations, which make me think you haven't watched it.
You don't think Israel's committing genocide?
You'd be better informed if you watched my show more often.
Do you think Israel's committing genocide?
As you were about our friend Bob Violent,
Israel...
who it turned out made you look a right chump.
Well,
anyway,
you look more of a chump when you won't accept Israel's committing genocide, which is really easy to do. You can just say it now. Is Israel committing genocide?
When the ICC says it's genocide, I will say
that's
it's
what
genocide.
we have. That's the only time you're waiting.
That's kind of a legal process I'm waiting for.
OK, so you will never...
But we've run out of time.
OK, so
it's good to see you.
If Hamas... You don't think Hamas has
come
committed
back
war crimes
again soon.
either?
Come back again soon.
OK, fair enough.
Hamas committed war crimes.
But you've not waited for the ICC to make their case?
No, because Hamas broadcast it on their own GoPros.
So have Israel.
We're committing war crimes.
It's literally on camera. Thousands of war...
You won't get me to say the obvious, damn it! Like, this is just, it's so obscene. Piers Morgan doing everything he can except the fact that, yes, what you were saying is true. Because, Hamas committed war crimes because they broadcasted it. So is Israel. The IDF has broadcasted it like crazy. But that's not a war crime because you're waiting for the ICC. But the ICC hasn't said what Hamas did was a war crime. So what is it exactly, Piers?
We've run out of time. Literally, the studio has run out of time. Okay. However, I would love to have you back more often. Sure. I enjoy our debates. Okay, and actually, we agree with a lot more than probably people think.
You do need to move over to accepting it's genocide. I think that would be very important given your platform and influence.
And there may be a time I do that.
OK, well, let's see.
But it's good to see you.
You too.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I do recommend that people go watch the full video on Owen Jones' channel. It is very interesting in how he puts Piers Morgan into a bind. And then just one more tweet from Owen Jones, which is not a video, but says, this 83-year-old priest has just been arrested for holding a sign which read, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action." According to Starmer's new law, this puts her in the same category as ISIS or Al-Qaeda terrorists with a prison sentence of up to 14 years. So yeah, they passed some new laws in the UK, basically saying that if you call what's happening a genocide, you're being anti-Semitic type stuff. So, you're a terrorist and you should go to jail. But you know what? Canada, so much better on this subject. Note the tone in my voice when I say that. We're so much better on this subject. From CP24, Ontario paramedics shouldn't have been fired over Israel comments, union law expert. Huh. So this paramedic, a healthcare worker who, you know, cares about people's health type thing, probably sees the horrors over in Gaza and be like, "Ugh, that's really bad." And she decided to make a statement on it, and she got fired. So the Center for Free Expression is calling for the reinstatement of a York Region paramedic whose union says she was fired over a social media post criticizing Israel's military operation in the Middle East. An open letter from James T. Turk, the director of the Center for Toronto Metropolitan University, and group of lawyers and professors expressed deep concern that the dismissal of Catherine, I'm never going to be able to pronounce that, violates her charter right to freedom of expression. The letter addressed to York Region Paramedic Services and Regional Municipality of York officials say the municipality has an obligation to uphold that right, even if it disagrees with the paramedics' comments. The Canadian Union of Public Employees says Catherine, who has been a paramedic since 2010 and is a member of QP Ontario's executive board, was fired on June 20th over a Facebook comment that criticized Israel. This must have been a horrendous comment. Oh no, it must have been so anti-Semitic and over the top. A screenshot of the comment on a union post shared by QP shows Catherine criticized Israel's bombing of Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen, and accused the country of starving Palestinian children and killing healthcare workers. That's a fireable offense? By criticizing the bombing of innocent people? Children, healthcare workers, people in your own profession. You can get fired for saying bombing bad. The Post also hailed QP for organizing a demonstration against Israel's bombing of Iran. Patrick Casey, a spokesperson for the Regional Municipality of York, says officials launched an investigation into the employees' concerning comments on social media. I think bombing is bad. That's very concerning of you to say. Oh, we better look into that. You think bombing is bad? Yes, I think bombing is bad. That's a concerning comment. This is again where I go back to like, I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. So, the employee's concerning comments on social media, June 19th, and that person no longer working for the municipality as a result. York Region remains committed to fostering welcoming and inclusive communities, as affirmed by the Inclusion Charter of York Region, Casey wrote in a statement. Yep, we want inclusive communities. So if you speak out against another community being bombed and people in your profession in another community being slaughtered, we're going to fire you. But Turk said people should not be losing their jobs for exercising their right to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. We want to speak out and say this way of responding to disagreement about a political matter is an unacceptable way to do so in a democracy, he said in a phone interview on Monday. He said some people might find Catherine's comments reprehensible. It's reprehensible to say you should stop bombing all these other nations. I don't know how sick in the brain Zionists have to be to hear that and think it's a reprehensible comment. Like even the Zionists that believe they're doing it in self-defense, I would imagine could understand why they wouldn't want bombing. Like, oh, bombing should end. We should be safe or what. But to think that's calling for an end to bombing these nations and killing innocent people, that is reprehensible to say? I do not understand how I'm diagnosed as crazy and these people are out there living their life. Like, it's just, how is this possible? I don't understand this. I can't wrap my head around how calling for an end of bombing would be reprehensible in somebody's eyes. But they could challenge her views and offer opposite perspective instead of summarily firing her. Yes, we are pro-bombing. The fuck? The paramedic did not engage in hate speech nor call for violence against any particular group, he added. We're always concerned when constitutional limits are respected, but still people are penalized, he said. Dirk said he has seen increasing number of people in Canada being penalized or fired over their comments since the beginning of the Israel-Hamas war. It's not a war. That would mean like two equal powers at it. It's not a war. It's a genocide. Let's keep it real here. And this seemed an egregious case of that. The war in Gaza. And of course, every article has to do this. They have to insert this just somewhere. It's usually at the end. This time it's kind of in the middle, where they have to say, this is still Hamas's fault. You know, they start with that. The war in Gaza began with the Hamas-led attack on southern blah, blah, blah. That's not when it began. It's really not. What was the instigation of Hamas to attack Israel? They just didn't wake up one morning and think, you know what we want to do? What led to that attack? What were the dynamics going on? This didn't start on October 7th. It started, I'd say, over 75 years ago. So, but they have to always, reiterate that 1,200 people were killed and roughly 250 hostages. And that comes first. And then they say Gaza's health ministry said another 88 people have been killed by Israeli fire over the past 24 hours, raising the war's toll among Palestinians to 56,500. How is this a war and not a genocide? The ministry, which operates under the Hamas government, doesn't distinguish between militants and civilians in its count, but says more than half of the dead are women and children. Yeah, so they could all be Hamas, but they don't distinguish. So as far as we know, and it's the tone of just like, well, Gaza's health minister says this, so take it with a grain of salt, people. And they don't distinguish. So, a lot of those tens of thousands of people killed could have been militants. Totally. But you notice how they never say how many IDF soldiers were among this? How many were militants among that 1,200 that were killed that day? The United Nations entity UN Women estimate that in May that more than 28,000 women and girls were killed in Gaza since the start of the war. Israel says it only targets militants and blames civilian deaths on Hamas. Of course. 56,500. We only killed the militants in that part. Even though you have some footage doing the killing of innocent people. QP Ontario President Fred Hahn said the decision to fire Catherine is deeply problematic. It is clear to us Catherine as a paramedic has dedicated her professional life to actually helping to save lives, to reduce harm. That's her job, Hahn said. Hahn said Catherine's case has broader implications as it might deter other workers from freely expressing their views. When people speak out against injustice and war and genocide, they ought to not fear for their own livelihoods, he said. Hahn has faced criticism himself over social media posts related to Israel-Hamas war, but he rejects calls for his resignation last year. I covered that on my channel. Hi, Abernathy. Get comfortable quickly. He said the union has filed a grievance in Catherine's case and believes the employer very wrong decision will be overturned. And so here's a statement from the Toronto Yorkton Regional Labour Council, strongly condemns the firing of Catherine. So You can see that. And QP Ontario had tweeted this out. A union member spoke truth to power and got fired for it. This isn't just wrong, it's a threat to all workers' rights. No one should lose their job for standing up and speaking out. We won't stay silent while employers try to silence us. So solidarity means having each other's backs, and we demand justice. And then this is the statement from QP on this. You could freeze the screen and read it if you want to see the whole thing, but it just kind of goes over a lot of what we have already talked about. Let's see. So Catherine is a strong, brave, and principled QP member who was elected democratically by fellow QP Ontario members to be a leader in our union. She is also someone whose life's work is saving others from harm, and yet she's being punished for using her voice to oppose the mass harm of others. To dedicate your professional life to emergency response and preserving life, and then to be fired for giving voice to opposition to an ongoing genocide exposes chilling contradictions. It's the inconsistent position of York Reason paramedic service that makes no sense. As outraged as we are about Catherine's unjust termination, this dangerous situation has broader implications, says Han. No employer should be able to silence any worker for challenging injustice. This is about the charter rights of workers as personal conscience to speak out against genocide and war. Catherine's comments on Facebook aligns completely with QP Ontario's long-standing democratic decided anti-war principles. And so Labor for Palestine has an Action Network petition for people to sign. It's this one here. So tell paramedics to reinstate Catherine now. And this is the petition that you can sign. They have almost 24,000 letters sent. Their goal is 25,600. Quit that, cat. So I'm just going to toss this into the sandbox for people. So yeah, everyone take a moment to sign it if you can. I don't know if you need to be Canadian or not, but share it if you can't sign it. Yes, cat. Yes, cat. Abernathy wants on my lap. Now, this isn't all what's happening in this country when it comes to what's happening over there, because not too long ago, Canada made the declaration that we're not going to be shipping any more arms over to Israel. No, we're not doing. No. Need to check on the cat whenever he makes weird noise. Make sure he's not eating something he shouldn't. But it's like, we would never do anything like that, says Canada, except Canada authorized $37.2 million in new military exports to Israel. Global Affairs insists it hasn't authorized exports that could be used in Gaza, but won't say if this policy applies to Israel's other conflicts. No, we're just sending them the weapons. They told us. They totally told us they won't be using it in Gaza. Data from Global Affairs Canada, GAC, also known as a Klingon cuisine, shows that in February, the Liberal government authorized 2 new military export permits to Israel worth a combined total of $37.2 million. When was this? In February? Who was the Prime Minister then? Yay, Carney. GAC insists it has not authorized any new export permits for goods that it believes could be used in Gaza, but won't answer questions about whether or not this policy applies to Israel's military operations in other regions. The newly authorized goods fall under an export category that includes bombs, torpedoes, rockets, missiles, other explosive devices, and charges related to equipment and accessories, and another category that concerns military technology. This country is just so itching to sell weapons. It is looking for every loophole. It's like doing it even though they know it's wrong. It is disgusting. And GAC redacted other details about the permits, including the names of the companies that obtained them, as well as information about the exact nature of goods and how they intend to be used, and by whom in Israel. The government authorized new permits, which are valid for a total of 2 years on February 28th, when Justin Trudeau was still Prime Minister. Okay, so Justin Trudeau was still technically Prime Minister back then. 4 days after the date, which almost kind of makes it worse, actually, because he was the one that says we won't be shipping more arms and stuff. There's the arms embargo thing. We won't be doing that. So anyway, 4 days after that date, March 4th, GAC responded to an inquiry on separate matter from the Maple with a statement reading, since January 8th, 2024, the government of Canada has not approved new arm export permits to Israel, and this remains the government's approach. Except February, Since then, however, GAC changed its messaging in response to other media requests from the Maple to specify that the pause on new export permits applies to goods that could be used in the current conflict in Gaza. The department repeated that statement when asked by the Maple about the 2 newly authorized permits, adding that last year it suspended approximately 30 permits that could have been incorporated into items used in that conflict. The Maple has repeatedly asked GAC if new messaging means the goods that it believes it could be used in Israel and other military engagements, the occupied West Bank, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Iran, might be exempt from the pause. GAC refused to provide an answer. It is unclear how GAC could know whether or not any goods being shipped to Israeli military or Israeli arms companies might end up being used in one conflict, but not the other. Chris Cobb-Smith, a former British Army officer and war crimes investigator, told the Maple in an email, generally, I don't believe it is possible to differentiate between weapon systems, munitions, and components with regards to where they are going to be eventually used, and it would be impossible to verify it anyway. Anyway, I'm going to toss the rest of this into the SandBox. Oh, Cat, you are heavy. So that people can finish giving it a read if you so choose. Or share around the article and that sort of thing. Thank you, Soul Life, for the 5 gift memberships. Super appreciate that. People who just got a membership. We have Rich P1K, the Gala DeVille, Human Being, Lady Crankslot, DM Rants, Old Grease. You all got a membership courtesy of Soul Life. Super appreciate that. Thank you. So I also, last week, there he is, looking for the cat. I also last week covered some comments that Mark Carney made about, the Palestinians basically have to become a Zionist state if there's going to be peace in the Middle East. They just have to accept it. They have to be assimilated. They have to become a Zionist. They have to take on the identity of their oppressors if they ever want to have peace there. Because, it's not like Canada hasn't had a long history and that sort of thing. Extremely gross comments. Racist. Just, I was really hoping he was going to be better than Justin Trudeau on this, but not so much. And so there's another petition out there. Yeats Angler has this here. PM Mark Carney wants to make recognizing Palestinians' inherent right to self-determination based on their acceptance of supremacist ideology that has disposed them. Please take a minute to email the Prime Minister to condemn his racist comment. And this is another Action Network letter. They want 6,400 sent. 5,200 letters have been sent so far. Mark Carney recently said Canada would only accept a Zionist Palestinian state. Please take a minute to email the Prime Minister to condemn his racist comment. So I will also toss this into the SandBox for people to sign. Okay. And that's it for that docket. Next docket is also a lot of federal news, and we'll get to it after I check the SandBox. Okay, let's see. So, hello, Mudbuds. Pixel Snob. I think I said hello to you guys already, actually. I can never remember. Shmegli. Oh my god, I was going to call you Shmegli again. Shmegli, why don't we wait until the genocide is complete? Yeah. So, Life, why wouldn't the ICC refer to a scholar? Mm-hmm. Shemagli, Pierce, you need to flee. There's a fire and the house is about to burn down. We don't know that. Clearly there's a fire, but we should wait to say whether it's burned down or not. True. Susie Jones, yes, just like I called Trump fascist. Mm-hmm. A lot of people who... It's weird. A lot of people who said he wasn't a fascist and still isn't a fascist are like, but he's still doing a lot of fascist type things. And then there are people who are saying he is a fascist, but now it's like, well, maybe we were exaggerating when we said it's just a whole bunch of bullshit online. The states is turning into a fascist state. Like it's there. There is no denying it at this point for anyone who is being, just authentic. If you look at it objectively, that's what's happening. 56 Nick Ridge. Shooting people trying to get food is a war crime. Call it what you want. Yeah. Shemegli, after sleeping about 10 hours in 3 days, I just slept 16 hours all at once. I've done things like that too. Mm-hmm. Let's see. "56 Nick Rich, I'm optimistic about what's going to happen before 2035. 10 years of thoughtful politics can change the planet. Better late than never." The arc of justice bends progressive or something like that. We have to do the bending. we have to put a lot more muscle into that one. But I hope so. I hope so. Rich P1K, I'm sorry, but last time I checked, bombs were like bad. Yeah. A chocolate bomb? Oh, that's really good though. You can get it, it's like a chocolate shell with like goodies inside. Or a bath bomb is nice. If I were to have a tub that was good enough to want to have baths in, it's not a very deep tub. Shemagli, when you say stop bombing defenseless people, Zionists here, I want you and your family to unalive. Looney Tunes 9000, why the fuck do they keep calling it war? It's a genocide, damn it. And welcome to the SandBox. Rich P1K, I might marathon the first season of Sliders tonight. Probably the most get the hell out of this universe show ever. It was an interesting series. But like a lot of sci-fi series, it got weird. Just got too weird. Let's see. Rich B1K. Gawk, so we got any human food? Hello, Paige Larson. I think I said that understandably. I don't know. Grand Theft Autobot. Ugh, I typoed my email on one of those Action Network things I should resend. Will the auto emails go through with the wrong email address? Well, normally with those things, you get a confirmation email that it has been sent on your behalf. So some random person might have just gotten that. But if that's the case, then you get to send another one and it would be just as valid. Actually, never thought of that before. I have like 4 emails in use right now. I could just bang, bang, bang from each one. But then I would get spam in all of them, so. Hello, Flow Snake. So life, it scares me when I sleep through stuff that should have woken me up. There's a dark story about that right now in Texas. Shemagli, the arc of history bends towards justice. I think that's what I was trying to say, yes. The worst thing I slept through was I got hit in the head with a fan. So I had a window fan in and it came out and hit me in the head. And it probably gave me a concussion, but I fell asleep like right afterwards, and you're not supposed to do that. I was awake long enough to realize I got hit in the head and went back to sleep. Swift returns. America is fascist, which is why I'm still smitten with Carney. I'm sending a letter regarding the Zionism comment right now, though. That was strike 2 for me. We're gonna get into some more. Because I put it in the title of this video, you know. Oh, so made in Canada, knee pads for elbows. Because, I want him to be what people think he is. I really, really do. Because I've seen so many people who are smitten with him. I've seen videos and stuff, but the videos that are like, here are all the good things about Mark Carney. If you actually listen to what the video's saying, it says nothing. It has all this rhetoric, but there's nothing actually concrete that Carney has done in it. But we're getting into stuff that he has done next, and it's but you know, that said, we're still better off here than in the United States by far, by far. I would not want to be in the United States right now. I would not. I feel horrid for all the people down there that are suffering under that regime. I don't think Canada will ever get that bad. But, you know, there will be a lot of similarities if we don't keep our government in check. Hello, Crotchy. I'm having a day, aren't I? Because I wanted to say crotchety, which is what I first called you for years before you finally corrected me. I want to go back to the way that I was calling everyone originally, damn it. Oh. Let's see. So for all the people that are just joining, welcome. I just want to say that yesterday was kind of rough for me. I went to a celebration of life in a different city for a friend of mine who passed away in April. Someone I haven't been close to in a while, but you know, he helped me understand certain parts of myself. Like he was a really big influence on my life. Um, and so the celebration of his life was yesterday. His death wasn't unexpected. He was 95. But while I was there, I got a parking ticket. Because I parked what I thought was in front of a yard, but it turns out all that grass was a driveway. But there was no indents on the grass, nothing to indicate that anyone parked there. I thought it was a yard. So I'm going to be fighting the ticket, but if I can't, I could really appreciate some super chats right about now. Because it's an $80 ticket for a mistake. Like, that's the thing, it's a mistake. But I will be sending an email off tomorrow to see if I can challenge it and see if they can reverse it, mentioning that I'm on a fixed income and saying sorry, basically. But, oh, Abernathy's hangry right now. He's trying to chew through the cat food bag. And I forgot, I do need to give him his evening snack. So I'm going to show everyone something quickly, and then I'm going to run out and give Abernathy some food before he starts getting really grumpy. But yeah, so I did the drawing of Emma recently, which a lot of people saw, and I know it's good. It's a good drawing, but it wasn't up to my snuff. And the last portrait I did before that was of Michael Brooks. And again, I know it's a good drawing, but it wasn't up to my snuff. And so I was getting worried. And so I started a drawing of someone else. And the first one I did, I got about 3 hours into it. I'm like, this is still not up to my snuff. Now, a lot of that has to do with the quality of the picture. They weren't that great. And the better the picture, the better the drawing. And so I was able to find another picture of this person, a screen grab, from their Instagram account, where the video was much clearer. And this drawing is not done. Just letting you know, I still have a lot of work to do on it. But it's up to my snuff. It's my snuff. This drawing is my snuff. Don't go telling her. I want her to see it when it's done. Boom. You probably know who she is if you watch my channel regularly. Okay. So I just need to quickly run and get Abernathy some food before he gets really, really mad at me. But I'm going to switch it over so you don't see my pajama pants. Okay, so I might have shoved some cookies in my mouth too. I got a lot of leftover food from the celebration of life because it was a potluck. So everyone brings way too much food. So I was able to take some home. But yeah, you guys could recognize that was Ole. In Grand Theft Auto, if there's a driveway, there should be a dip in the curb, and the owner should mow their damn lawn. I mean, driveway then. So here's the wild thing about it is I took a picture of it, and when you look at the picture, it looks like a hard curb, and it's somewhat of an optical illusion. So you're going up against that too, because on closer inspection, it is a down curb. But when you're approaching it, there's something about the color that makes it look like it's a hard curb. So again, I'm really hoping that I can fight it. It's like, it wasn't like grass on soil. It was like a lot of, you could see that the yard, driveway, whatever it is, like there's gravel there, but it's all grown in with grass. And it looks like a yard. Like to me, it looked like a yard. So yeah, I'll be fighting it. I know, because $80 for a mistake is just, oh, super frustrating. Schmegley says Abernathy is a small town in Saskatchewan. Well, Abernathy is a big cat, sometimes on my lap. Okay. Sammy, I hope Ole gets to see it. Well, when I'm done, I'll try getting it out. Like, I'll be posting it on social media and stuff. And, she probably gets tagged a lot and whatnot, but, Mike from the Humanist Report has been on my show. And so I can DM him and he'll probably see the DM asking him to pass it along. So there's a good possibility she'll see it. I do know that she loves artwork of herself, fan work. So it's one of the things, like with the drawing I did of Emma, I don't need them to thank me or react to me or whatever. I just want to know that they've at least seen it. That's all. Hello, Bobby. Grand Theft Autobot, $80. That's a big dent for someone on ODSP. Yes, and I'm going to be mentioning that in my response to the ticket. Yeah, it's for a mistake. Like, that's the thing. It's just, it doesn't seem proportional. People shouldn't be penalized. It's like, oh, I didn't know. I won't do it again. Should be good enough. One would think. And that's only if I pay it within a certain period of time. Because if it's after a certain amount of days, then it goes up and then it will go up. And it's just like, are you fucking kidding me? So for people who are like, let's say on disability and it's the end of the month and you have zero cash, what then? Okay, let's get back to it. So last week on my live stream, I said that I don't like covering a lot of the trade talk between Canada and the United States because it changes so often. Like, it is, the tariffs are on and then they're off. Well, now they're on some things and now they're off of those things and now it's this much and now it's that much. And it's a constant back and forth. And I want to relay accurate information. And so at the time it might be accurate, but then a few days later, maybe not. So I don't necessarily like covering the trade talks, but I did mention something about the digital service tax that was about to be implemented, which meant that these big, massive corporations combined would have to pay about $2 billion in tax, which is a rounding error for these corporations, because it's not like it's just Facebook, like it's all of the mega social media platforms type thing. They're not going to miss it. They're not going to lose profit. They'll just make a tiny bit less profit. That's all it is. And Europe has some things like this. This has been on the books for a year, so it's not like it was new, but Trump was reacting to it like it was new, partly because it was about to be enacted and it's retroactive. Which, again, I'm fine with. I think these corporations should be. They should be taxed. I finished my live stream around 10 o'clock that night. Sunday night, I finished my live stream. At 10:30 at night on a Sunday, it went out in the media that, the Liberals have rescinded the DST, the digital service tax. They got rid of it. Because Trump was mad and he was calling off trade negotiations because of it, because he just learned about it. And so at 10:30 on a Sunday night, the Liberals were like, yeah, so we got rid of it to keep up with the trade talks. You could have done it a few hours earlier. Like, what is up with that they would do that at that time of night on a Sunday? It's like they don't want anyone to know how much the Liberal Party is capitulating to what Trump wants. But let's get a little bit more into it, shall we? So this is from Francois-Philippe Champagne, who is the minister. He's a minister of Finance. Canada is engaged in complex negotiations on a new economic and security partnership with the U.S. Rescinding the DST will allow negotiations to make vital progress and reinforce our work to create jobs and build prosperity for all Canadians. Yeah, all that elbows up talk. How, at this point exactly, has Mark Carney actually stood up to Trump? No, as I say, it's like, made in Canada, knee pads for elbows, because, if you put your elbows on the knee pads, it gives you like this perfect position. If you go down like that, you're in a perfect position that your mouth is right at the level of the boot to kiss, and your ass is up in the air to be spanked while it's happening. And this is the official release that happened at like 10:30 at night from the Government of Canada. Canada rescinds digital service tax to advance broader trade negotiations with the United States. Canada's new government is engaged in complex negotiations, new economic security partnership with the United States, on and on and on. The digital service tax was announced in 2020 to address the fact that many large technology companies operating in Canada may not otherwise pay tax on revenues generated from Canadians. Canada's preference has always been multilateral agreement related to digital service taxation, while Canada was working on international partnerships, including the United States, multilateral agreement that would replace blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I was all for this. This is a good tax. Tax these big corporations. That's what we should be doing. But no, we're doing trade talks. And what have we gained in these trade talks so far? What wins do we have that we can show for? Because the thing is that how this happened, let's say there's some three-dimensional chess going on, and Mark Carney did this because he has that ace up his sleeve that he's not telling us about. The way this happened just looks really bad. Because the next day, this happened. This is the speaker for the White House here.
Prime Minister Carney and Canada caved to President Trump in the United States of America. And President Trump knows how to negotiate, and he knows that he is governing the best country and the best economy in this world, on this planet. And every country on the planet needs to have good trade relationships with the United States. And it was a mistake for Canada to vow to implement that tax. That would have hurt our tech companies here in the United States. The president made his position quite clear to the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister called the president last night to let the president know that he would be dropping that tax, which is a big victory for our tech companies and our American workers here at home.
Yeah, that's almost as embarrassing as her shirt. Now, I say that as a joke when in actuality, I actually really like the shirt. But I know most people won't. I know most people won't like it, but I'm like, I like it. I would wear that shirt. But most people would be like, ew, what's with this? It's embarrassing. It's sparkly and there's big buttons on it. And I like it. It's the same when people poke fun at Candace Owens' outfits. I'm like, I'm kind of into it. I like that outfit. I would wear that outfit. So if there is an ace up the sleeve that Mark Carney is hiding from us right now, the fact that this went out is just so embarrassing, and it makes Canada look so weak. And there's like other ways this could have been handled where it doesn't make it look like Canada is just being smacked on the ass over and over again while kissing the boots. Because it looks like the United States right now is dictating our taxation laws, which is really bad, especially with the whole, we don't want to be the 51st state. Then why are we folding to them every time? Every time. Mark Carney, The Art of the Fold. And so here's a little bit more on it. Canada caved to the US by dropping tax. What was it? Did I want to watch the video or read the article? I think both. Would you quit? You're too heavy to sit on my lap this long, cat. Come on. Sometimes I can't remember if I wanted to show the video or read the article. Prime Minister Mark Carney, let's just go over the article because I think the article has the statements from the other leaders. So Mark Carney said Monday his move to drop Canada's digital service tax is part of the broader trade negotiation with the United States, even as the White House says Carney caved to the U.S. President Donald Trump. So far, the only way that I've been seeing us do these trade negotiations is by giving in, basically, every time to what the United States wants. Carney's government climbed down on Sunday and rescinded the tax just hours before the first payment came due, and 3 days after Trump suspended trade talks with Canada over it. It's part of a bigger negotiation, Carney told reporters on Parliament Hill. It's something that we expected in the broader sense that would be part of the final deal. But in Washington, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said Carney caved to President Trump and the United States of America. Trump says Leavitt knows how to negotiate. Trump, said Leavitt, knows how to negotiate. And then that quote was in there. Calls were made between finance minister to let Trump know that they would cave on the tax. Carney said the move would provide businesses with some certainty. It doesn't make sense to collect tax from people and then remit them back, he said. But the last minute change caused some confusion among companies that were in the process of paying the tax. Do not know how to say that name. A partner at EY Canada's indirect tax practice said some companies have given instructions to pay the tax, but the payments were not going through at the Canada Revenue Agency. Let's skip to comments. So here's the tweet from Francois that I just did, but here we go. Bloc Québécois leader Yves François Blanchet said Carney campaigned during the election on finding a way out from under Trump's tariffs and has compromised on multiple things, including defense and counter tariffs, but has nothing to show for it so far. This is deeply concerning, he said in a social media post. Interim NDP leader Don Davis said the decision to end the digital service tax amounts to pure caving into Trump and his billionaire friends. Canada is a sovereign nation with the right to make their own tax laws. Abandoning fair taxation of tech giants is unacceptable appeasement, Davis said in his own social media post. Davies said that, coupled with Carney's openness to Trump's Golden Dome missile defense plan and his sprint to meet the new 5% NATO defense spending benchmark, is looking more and more like Mark Carney has his elbows up during pre-game skate, only to drop them once the game started. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre pointed out Carney's decision came just days after Champagne said the tax would go ahead as planned. Then the Prime Minister put his elbows down and canceled the tax at the 11th hour, Poilievre said in an online post, which would make Poilievre quite happy. He would have wanted to cancel the tax. He said in exchange for eliminating the tax, Carney should insist that the U.S. immediately rescind softwood lumber tariffs. We need to make gains for our workers in these talks. That's what I would love to know. Did we actually gain anything other than just the talks will continue by getting rid of this tax? Was it worth it? You know, the $2 billion in revenue that this country would have gotten. Was there some sort of compromise made that would make it worth it? There's no evidence of anything yet. Let's see. But there is some more on this. So, this is a statement from Mark Carney about this. We're making progress. Well, I don't have to read this because they always show the video. And he's responding to questions about Canada's trade talks with the U.S., which have now resumed after Canada's scrapped its digital service tax on big companies. Like, here's the problem. If all we're doing is capitulating to the states so that we can continue talks, we're not winning. It's just basically, you know, Donald Trump having a temper tantrum saying, I want blank. And Canada saying, well, okay, here you go. Now, can we continue talking? No, I want this too. Okay, here you go. Now, can we continue talking? But I want this. Okay, here you go. Now, can we continue talking? No. It's pretty much how it's going right now.
Did you get anything in exchange for?
We have, to be clear, it's part of a bigger negotiation. It's something that.
Translation, did we get anything from this? It's part of a bigger negotiation. No. We didn't get anything directly from this.
We expected, in the broader sense, that would be part of a final deal. We're making progress towards a final deal. There's more to be done, to be clear. And as I just said, which answers the translation question, as I just said, is a question of timing in terms of the date for the final negotiations and when the tax was coming into effect. And, you know, it doesn't make sense to collect tax from people and then remit them back. So it provides some certainty. And as I just said,
so remember, retroactive is not good. Not good. This comes up later on.
Negotiations have restarted. We're going to focus on getting the best deal for Canadians. We're making progress. There's more to do, and we'll keep you updated.
So Don Davies, the interim NDP leader, says negotiating with Donald Trump is not easy. That's clear. But rescinding the DST is pure caving to Trump, and we read that. Added to the Liberals' concessions on Golden Dome, NATO 5% and Bill C-2, violations of Canada's privacy rights. And it's looking more and more like Mr. Carney has his elbow up during the pre-game skate, only to drop them. Yeah. And so here we have Rachel Gilmore talking about it. Let's see. Do we want to go through all of this, or do we want to... Because I'm already behind because I took the first full hour just chatting. Well, let's start going through some of these. It's easier to play them on here than YouTube because YouTube is being really weird right now. But Rachel Gilmore has a video about this up on her YouTube page, so people can check out the full video there. But she says, a government announcement at 10 p.m. Sunday on a long weekend isn't usually good news. Spoiler, it wasn't. Carney caved to Trump and the digital giants. A senior liberal source told me this makes Carney look like he went from Captain Canada to capitulation Carney. Let's discuss. Yeah, it was so frustrating that right after my live stream, the first news article I saw on Twitter was, oh, okay, we got rid of the DST for Trump. Okay, right after I did some segments on it. Okay, thanks.
I was debating like actually giving myself a long weekend or making like a nice chill video for you guys today. But then
Prime Minister Carney,
And we saw
our
that.
tech companies, and our American workers.
it's just the reality. I'm sorry. Stick around. Smarter people than me had to say about this when I spoke to them today and why this is really mortifying for our country. I get that saying that might upset people, but it's just the reality. I'm sorry. Stick around and I'll tell you why. So first off, the digital services tax, or the DST as I'm going to call it in this video, was announced in 2020 to make sure that
And we've gone over that. Donut, donut, donut. I think it's just an internet thing these days. There we go.
like actually giving myself a
And
long
we were
weekend.
about here.
Huge digital companies. I'm talking companies like Amazon, Apple, Google, Meta, Uber, and many more actually pay taxes on revenues generated from Canadians. It was going to be a 3% tax on money these companies make from Canadian users and customers. And the first payments from these digital giants, yeah, they were supposed to start today. And given this tax is retroactive to 2022, these massive digital companies were set to pay the Canadian government about $2 billion US. But that's not happening anymore. Because on Friday, Trump threw a tantrum. And he said that because of our DST, which he called an egregious tax, the US is terminating, quote, all discussion on trade with Canada effective immediately. Then, at about 10 p.m. on this Sunday night of a long weekend, the day before those poor, beleaguered, broke boys like Jeff Bezos were gonna have to, God forbid, pay a little bit more tax to Canada, the Canadian government sent out a news release saying, quote, Canada would rescind the...
And we went over that. In 56 Nick Rich, it's not so much that I have hate for the Liberals, but we're in this position, like where the Conservatives nearly took over, because the Liberals are very capitalist orientated. Like what happened down in the States, it's because of the inaction of the Democrats. And if it happens up here, it's because of the inaction of the Liberals. The Liberals have done a lot of austerity. They've done a lot of dismantling of things as well. I have a horror story at a long-term care home for my grandmother. You know, it took her 3 weeks to die from pneumonia that she chose to not get medicated for because the living conditions in that home were so bad. And we didn't even have a hospice room that we could stay with her in. And so as we were waiting for the funeral home to come collect her body, they put her roommate down for a nap beside her. That was under a Liberal provincial government that happened. The Liberals have scraped the foundations clean. And when it comes down to it, I don't like any of the parties. I don't like the NDP right now. I don't like the Liberals. I don't like the Conservatives. But on a scale, you know, the Conservatives is way worse than the rest of the parties. And I would love nothing more than sit here and be like, the Liberals are great. They're doing this and this and this. As soon as they do this and this and this, I will acknowledge it. But so far, I'm not seeing the wins. You know, I had hope for Mark Carney because he hadn't been a politician. I was hoping he would be different, that he would be more responsive to the public. But his comments on Gaza, his constant capitulation to the United States, if there's a bigger game at play that I'm not aware of, you know, I'll eat it. I'll eat crow. when the day comes that finds out that this is a big turnaround, that he had all these aces up his sleeve, I'd be thrilled. Thrilled. I'm not seeing it. When, once all those aces come out, if I'm like, oh, that was a masterful plan, I will acknowledge it happily. Happily. But until then, a lot of, especially people living with disabilities, have been left behind by the liberal governments. And the way this country is right now, the fact that our healthcare is deteriorating because the federal governments won't do anything about, enacting the Healthcare Act, enforcing it on the provinces and stuff, the anti-union labor that the liberals have been, it's just, the conservatives were this close to winning, partly because of the liberals. And right now, everything Mark Carney is doing is far more in line with conservatives than even the liberals. I wanted Karina Gould to be the liberal leader. Then I would have happily voted for the liberals. Let's see. We want to watch more of this. Her videos are about 10 minutes long. I think there is a bit, well, her whole video on this is good.
About this. First, United States. Now, I want to briefly address two claims I'm seeing made about this. First, some folks are saying that the DST is only being paused, not removed. I think that might be because of the use of the term halted in this press release, but making that assumption is wrong, because the rest of that sentence says, quote, the June 30th, 2025 collection will be halted, and Minister Champagne will soon bring forward legislation to rescind the Digital Services Tax Act. So yeah, it sounds like they're committing to fully repeal that legislation, which means if they go ahead with exactly what they say here, that puppy's gone. The other claim that I've seen people float is that this is actually all fine. It's totally cool that we are rescinding the DST because there's talk of a coming broader OECD agreement that looks to share taxing rights on large, profitable multinational companies with countries where their products are sold. People are pointing to this thing known as Pillar 1 of these OECD talks as making the DST redundant. And in theory, sure, but that's not in place. Like, our DST was supposed to be implemented in 2022. That's why it's currently retroactive to that year. But it kept being delayed because of promises about this OECD process being about to go ahead. Does that argument sound familiar? Like the one that we're hearing from people right now? Yeah. But Biden and Trump's teams kept obstructing this OECD process because, broligarchy. And then in January, Trump basically pulled out of the whole thing. So yeah, there was no reason and continues to be no reason to think that this Pillar 1 thing is about to come through. That's why Trudeau went ahead and implemented the DST. And it's probably worth mentioning here that several other countries have their own DSTs in place, including the UK, which is also negotiating a trade deal with the US right now, just like us, but they haven't turned around and dropped theirs. Can someone please tell me why Carney is only willing to copy UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's shitty homework when it comes to awful stuff like AI? Can we not copy this one too? But no, Carney just chickened out. And that's why what creepy Caroline Leavitt had to say stung. Because she's not totally wrong for once. We kind of did cave. Paris Marks, a friend of the show, tech critic, host of the podcast Tech Won't Save Us, and several other phenomenal offerings, put it like this. The U.S. tech industry is pressuring to remove digital services taxes. The U.S. government is on board. They were poised to make 3-year backdated payments today and didn't want to, so they put pressure on Trump. He complied, and Carney folded. But, quote, the DST is necessary to make tech companies pay a fairer rate of tax in Canada and many other countries because the most important parts of the OECD tax deal are effectively dead. Paris is very smart and knows a lot more about this stuff than me or anyone else, and just wrote a piece today, so I really recommend you go check it out. I also contacted Keldon Bester, the executive director of the Canadian Anti-Monopoly Project, for this piece. He told me that, quote, Regardless of what you think about the DST, this is disappointing from a negotiating perspective, adding that it's, quote, unclear that we got anything in return, and we're now, quote, setting ourselves up for future concessions without benefits. Keldon also highlighted that the DST isn't a made-in-Canada thing. The UK held firm and still has theirs in place while trade talks are ongoing, he said, adding that EU countries have them too. And even if those countries claimed they would repeal their DST if the OECD can agree on an approach to taxing global companies, that effort, according to Keldon, and as I mentioned earlier, is, quote, basically dead after the G7. Quote, Canada is highly dependent on big tech for consumer, commercial, and government infrastructure, Keldon said. If this is a preview of the approach we're taking to big tech, I'm not optimistic, end quote. Even a senior Liberal source told me how bad this is optically for Canada. They told me today that the tech won't the government went about this makes Carney look like he, quote, went from Captain Canada to capitulation Carney. Yikes. But hey, at least now Jeff Bezos can really enjoy his honeymoon. Go ahead, Jeff, splurge on that room upgrade. You've earned it. Meanwhile, there's about to be around $2 billion less in Canada's coffers than there was supposed to be landing there tomorrow, so can't wait to see if we plan to try and compensate for that.
Yeah. But a little bit more on some of the things that Mark Carney hasn't exactly been standing strong on. I covered this before. I also mentioned it when I called into the majority report. Bill C2 is still in the works, and Bill C2 is so bad. Is it this one or this one? No, that's ICE detention, so I think it's this article. Bill C2 is so bad that Amnesty International put out a statement against it. And so this is from The Guardian. With his immigration bill, Canada's Prime Minister is bowing to Trump. There are many stereotypes about Canada, that we are a nation of extremely polite people, welcoming melting pot, and that where there's US laid-back cousins who live next door. But right now, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney is bucking all of that lore after pressure from the US in the form of Donald Trump's concerns about undocumented migrants and fentanyl moving across the US-Canada border. In response, the recently elected Liberal PM put forward a 127-page bill that includes, among other worrying provisions, sweeping changes to immigration policy that would make the process much more precarious for refugees and could pave the way for mass deportations. If passed, Carney's Strong Borders Act, or Bill C2, would bar anyone who's been in the country for more than a year from receiving refugee hearings. That would apply retroactively to anyone who entered the country after 2020. Ooh, yeah. So they were upset about the tax being retroactive. But, you know, having an immigration status is retroactive. So basically, if you arrived here in 2020 as a student on a work visa or other permanent, like residency type thing, but now your home country is no longer safe for you to go to, it's past the length of time that you would have had to claim asylum. If they arrived on foot between official ports of entry, meanwhile, they would have to apply for asylum within 14 days of entering Canada. A disastrous outcome for people fleeing Trump's persecution. The bill also gives Immigration Minister's office the authority to cancel immigration documents en masse. This bill has been widely condemned by politicians and advocacy groups such as Amnesty International and migrant rights networks, who are rightly worried about just how much havoc a change like this could wreak. Jenny Wei Ching-wan, a member of Parliament for Vancouver East, told reporters the bill would breach civil liberties and basic rights. So what excuse does Canada have for this kind of 180 on immigration legacy? According to the government, the aim of this legislation is to keep Canadians safe by ensuring law enforcement has the right tools to keep our border secure, combat transnational organized crime, and stop the flow of illegal fentanyl and crack down on money laundering. Has that really been the thing for Canada? That there's this sense that we need to curb immigration into this country because bad people are coming in. Like, I know that's a lot of what the right wing will say, but where does this sound like it's coming from? This type of rhetoric? Really? Like, just again, this painting of immigrants, like we have to be more wary or suspicious of them as opposed to people who aren't. I'm sure everyone knows by now, statistically speaking, immigrants, newcomers are less likely to commit crimes than native-born people because, you know, they do have that worry of being sent back to their countries if they don't, if, you know, should they commit said crime. But this is what we keep on hearing from the United States right now. And also, it's been shown, fentanyl crossing the border from Canada to the United States, not exactly an issue. Like a teeny tiny minuscule percent of the fentanyl getting into the United States is coming in through Canada. In reality, Bill C-2 contains measures that the Public Safety Minister, Gary, has admitted were a response to the concerns that have been posed by the White House. There are elements that will strengthen our relationship with the United States, he said in a press conference. There are a number of elements in the bill that have been irritants for the U.S., so we are addressing some of those issues. How much longer is this? Okay. Tim McSorley, the national coordinator for the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group, condemns the federal government over the senselessness of this move. If the government is serious about addressing concerns regarding illegal gun and drug trafficking, it must introduce legislation specifically tailored to that goal as opposed to a wide-ranging omnibus bill, he said. The demonization of immigrants has been talking point for populist leaders throughout the West. So it's not surprising to see Carney lean into that rhetoric in order to appease Trump. Spurred on by xenophobic rhetoric coming from the US, Britain, and large swaths of Europe, anyone who comes from away is forced to bear the blame of the economic messes and ensuing societal erosion these countries have found themselves battling. By feeding directly into this pipeline, Carney makes Canada not the powerful country poised to beat Trump at his dangerous games. Elbow up my foot. But cowardly ally in the U.S. campaign of terror against immigrants. And it's getting bad between the two countries when it comes to certain things. So Canadians in ICE detention centers left in legal limbo as family tries to secure release. Where's the statements from our government on this? Where is the Canadian government saying we want all of the Canadian citizens detained by ICE released? You would think they would do that? Is that part of the negotiations, the dealings? By saying, so these Canadian citizens you have detained in your torture facilities, can you please release them? Relatives of Canadians detained by ICE in the United States say they're furious and frustrated by the treatment of their loved ones and battles they're having to fight for even the most basic information. Global Affairs Canada says it's aware of roughly 55 Canadians in U.S. immigration and custom enforcement custody, though it said that number can fluctuate. And then it goes into a couple of particular stories about some of the Canadians arrested. So here, Oliviera's husband, Frank Oliver, said that that was meant to be a routine immigration interview, ended up feeling more like a trap because they were going to an immigration meeting and they got snatched up. So let's see. So it says here, but instead of completing the interview, Oliveira was arrested by immigration officials over a decades-old border issue, her husband said. They lured us into our immigration appointment, took my wife, put her in handcuffs, swept her away, he said. They didn't even give us the opportunity at the interview, nothing. Oliver said that in 1999, Oliveira had traveled to Canada to attend her mother's funeral and was initially denied re-entry because she was pregnant and told border agents she planned to have the child in the U.S. Oliveira is now being held by ICE at a detention center in El Paso, Texas. And we've had Canadian die in there. Like, I know, there is nothing right now that could get me to travel to the United States. Absolutely nothing. I'd be in the higher risk of being detained given my passport, given my social media history, what I tend to post about and talk about. I would not feel safe. But here we have some more from Donald Trump. And so again, part of the reason why people were so happy about Carney was pushing back about that 51st state rhetoric. This is from June 29th. That rhetoric still hasn't gone away. Nothing that Mark Carney has done has actually stopped Donald Trump from thinking Canada is going to become the 51st state.
They have to pay 200, 300, 400%. People don't know that. Canada is a very tough country to deal with. I will say that.
But
and I love Canada.
you have USMCA in place.
I know, but
You'll have to deal with it.
but USMCA is no good if they cheat.
What does that mean?
Well, there's been things going on that we don't like, and things going on where they took advantage. And hopefully, we'll be fine with Canada. I love Canada. Frankly, Canada should be the 51st state. Okay, it really should, because
No, we shouldn't.
Canada relies entirely on the United States. We don't rely on Canada.
Well, if that's the case, then no negotiations. Like, it's just, where's the elbows? Where? Please let me know. When will this rhetoric end? Because it is getting very old. And here we have from the Ottawa Citizen, worst cuts to the public service in modern history could be on the horizon, says report. I feel like I've already gone over this for some reason, or maybe I just watched a video on it and thought it was from my channel. I don't know. It's been a long week. But basically, the report says that if Carney follows through with his campaign promises, cuts would amount to around 24% across the federal public service. This is much worse than what the Harper government was. But I can't remember if it was... There was a good video I watched on it, so probably... I don't know. That broke it down. So Prime Minister Mark Carney's promise to balance the government's operating budget could lead to the worst spending cuts in modern history, says a new report by a left-leaning think tank. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternative report analyzed Carney's campaign pledge to balance the operating budget through the promised $13 billion in productivity savings. So Carney keeps on saying that he's not going to be cutting jobs, but he wants AI to take over everything. And there's all these spending cuts that need to be made because, now we're not getting that $2 billion from the tech giants. Now we're going to be spending billions and billions more for that NATO budget. Where are we winning in this? In the report, economist David McDonald found that if Carney followed through with these promises, cuts could amount to around 24% across the federal public service. These are deep service cuts. I mean, this is you calling the CRA and nobody picks up the phone. You're trying to get a passport and there's no one to renew it, McDonald said in an interview. The report echoed comments from Parliamentary Budget Officer Yves Grow, I don't know how to say that, who recently told the Ottawa Citizen that Carney's plan could require severe cuts to public service, significant cuts. During the federal election, Carney also promised that he would cap but not cut the size of public service. Observers question whether that will be possible with the rest of Carney's fiscal promises. In his analysis, McDonald excluded Department of National Defense as the government's new defense spending commitments, likely exempts this department from cuts even though it makes up 28% of operational spending. McDonald said analysis found that if realized, Carney's promise would amount to cuts worse than former Prime Minister Stephen Harper deficit reduction action plan and would rival the cuts conducted by Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien program reviews in the 1990s. Let's see. I will put the rest of this into the SandBox. My voice is just getting a little bit fried. I've been talking for hours and hours and hours already. So let's see if there's enough room in there for this. Yay, let me put the link in. So everyone can go and check that out. And then Trying to remember what the rest of the docket was. So, okay, now we're moving away from Mark Carney stuff. But we're still talking about the federal government, so we'll take a little bit break from the docket, I think, right now. I'll get caught up on the SandBox, and then we'll go over some of this interesting other federal stuff. Let's see. Some people just catching up and saw my drawing of Ole. I'll show it again later on. I like showing off my art. Old Grease saying, you draw portraits like photos. Why, thank you. Okay, I think that's roughly where I was too. Yeah, okay, I seen recognizing some of the comments because they jump around so I don't see all of them. Let's see. People liking to see Abernathy jump up on my lap. I don't mind him on my lap while I'm doing this, but he's really heavy and I have to shift a lot because I can lose circulation in my legs really easy. Let's see. And then there's some back and forth about how Canada looks and stuff, and I think you guys know my perspective on it. But like overall, I much prefer being here than in the United States by far. We're far, far better off here. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. Canada's internet infrastructure seems better than in the US. Is that true? Bobby thinks that Rachel Gilmore sounds like Emma Vigeland. I don't think any party will ever be perfect, 56 Nick Rich. I would just love to see improvements. And then looks like there's some back and forths going on in here. Flow Snake, I'm with you on that, Sandy, if there is a bigger game at play, but if there was, I think he'd have communicated to Canadian public. I see no difference between Carney and Starmer now. I don't think I'm saying his name right. The British PM. Starmer? Is it Starmer? Strommer? Schmegely, if the Canadian election was riding on the issue of Gaza rather than just the fear of Trump, the NDP could have done way better, but Carney would have lost. Carney won, but barely. Like, there were so many things that put Carney over the top for the election. Like, and I'm not just talking about Carney, like, it's more like the liberals, conservatives. So if the Liberals hadn't replaced Justin Trudeau, they would have lost. But if they had replaced, like even if they had Mark Carney in place, but Donald Trump didn't do his 51st state rhetoric, they would have lost. So it was a combination of both. They replaced the leader and Donald Trump's rhetoric that helped push the liberals over the top. But also, if the conservatives had any other leader than Pierre Poilievre, they probably would have won. Poilievre is deeply unpopular by the public. He's popular with his base, but when it comes to the independents and the more check in for the election voters, not check into politics any other time voters, Poilievre is a huge turnoff. And so if there had been any other leader for the Conservative Party, they probably would have won as well. So, and like the Liberals barely won. Like they didn't win much because they don't even have a majority. So there were a lot of factors into why the Liberals won versus the Conservatives. And if the NDP had done better, I don't know what that would have done. Like it would have probably just been in the same situation that we are right now, only they would have maintained party status. The NDP, if you think I'm hard on the Liberals, the NDP has just been such a disappointment, especially when you see candidates like Zoran Mandami and how well he performs by just being unabashedly progressive, like just being boldly, loudly progressive, and how well he does. That's what the NDP should have been. And I covered it last week when Mart Stiles was like, oh, congratulations, Zoran, on your win and your progressive values and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me that Mart Stiles, the leader of the Ontario NDP, would be saying that. Whereas if she had ran a campaign more like Zoran's, the Ontario NDP could have won. But also, they kicked someone out of their party for being pro-Palestinian. So it's like, what are you doing? The Liberals, or the NDP, are the Liberals. The Liberals are the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are right-wing nut jobs. Let's see. Jack just got the ass end of Chank's live. He sure loves to talk. Oh, he's done in there live? I might have to check in. Depends on the topic. But I'm still kind of doing research for the video that I'm working on, and occasionally I still come across a more current video where it's like, oh, I'll probably have to mention that. I so want to get that video done so I never have to think about it again. Let's see. Paige Larson, last time I heard they caught 0 fentanyl. There was an article about that recently where it's like there was basically no fentanyl coming across the border from Canada to the United States. Crotchy, yeah, where is the equivalent of the 2 Michaels for Canadians dying in ICE detention centers without due process? Referring to, there were 2 men named Michael being held in Chinese detention that were accused of being spies. And Canada did a big show and dance to try to get their release, and there's pomp and circumstance, and the media covered it when they finally got returned to Canada and they were negotiated terms and stuff. And it's like, yeah, where is that for all the Canadians stuck in ICE detention centers right now? Looney Tunes 9000, Fox Entertainment, not news channel, is basically President Grandpa's favorite channel when Fox is basically not news, it's entertainment. Yes, it is. Let's see. And down to the bottom. Crouchy says Carney has more of a realized policy plan for housing. How the hell did Jagmeet Singh get outflanked on that? I can't remember the details of the housing, and it could very well be that it was better than the NDP, but as far as I'm concerned, they still don't go nearly far enough. I want unabashedly progressive. That's what I want. Like someone that says, screw that. We're not talking about building more homes. We're talking about socializing these homes, making social housing a thing across the country. I want to see the eminent domain and these houses that are left empty, that are just used for investments, taken away from these greedy corporations and made into socialized housing, because we are in a crisis. So why don't we solve that? There's like 6 empty homes for every unhoused person in Canada. There are ways of making that happen. I'm just like unabashedly want to go very, very loudly, boldly progressive. Canadian socialists. I think Gaza might have benefited the Liberals. There was a campaign to get Liberals elected even. I don't know how to say that, won the Palestine endorsement over Matthew Green. Not too sure, because Justin Trudeau is a Zionist. So I'm not sure how much that helped. I see people agreeing with me, but I don't know at what point you were agreeing with me on. Crouchy Jagmeet Singh, NDP, is basically the reason people survived through COVID-19 by pushing Trudeau to expand CERB eligibility, not letting him cut it short too early. It was the NDP that really did push that through. The NDP didn't do a good job of taking credit for what they did do. And instead, the Liberals claimed the credit for certain things. Like if you hear about the dental plan or the pharmacare and stuff, it was because of the NDP that those very milquetoast policies came through. But the Liberals take credit for it. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to a little bit more federal stuff. This is interesting. This is very interesting. And confusing as hell. Like, I tried looking into this more before this stream, but I'm like, what is going on here? So there's going to be a by-election in Alberta for Pierre Poilievre to run in Battle Crowfoot or something like that. It was a riding in Alberta, a federal riding, that went 80% conservative. And the MP there said, I'm going to step down for the sake of the party so that Pierre Poilievre can be parachuted into my province to run in my riding. And he claims that he wasn't getting anything out of this. No, he was so close to getting his pension and everything. Of course, if he goes back into government at all, he'll get his pension. He's that close to getting it. Like, it's not like he's missing out. But he claimed there was nothing in it for him. Really? Really? Like we didn't see this coming? Upstream strategy. We are excited to announce the newest member of our team, former parliamentarian Damien Couric. Damien's deep roots in Alberta politics paired with his legislative experience makes him the perfect fit to deliver strategic value to our clients in Western Canada. He became a lobbyist. Just like that. Getting paid probably bundles of money. Now, this doesn't surprise me in the least that his influences in government would help him get set up with this job in order for him to step down. This is where it starts getting confusing to me, though. Because somebody posted, this seems important. So something about Canadian politicians have to wait 5 years before they can go into lobbying positions. And I'm like, huh, let's do a little bit more research on that. And so somebody released a video who's usually fairly decent. He's very soc dem liberal, but his videos tend to be okay. But this one confused me, because this is from Frank Dominic, the Conservative MP who stepped down for Pierre, is now a lobbyist. It's not illegal, but maybe there should be a cooling off period.
The Conservative MP who gave up the seat so that Pierre Poilievre can be back in the House is now working as a consultant. And you're going to see a lot of people screaming foul about this. And you're right, there is something wrong here. But it's not what he is doing, it's the system that we have. Personally, I'm of the belief that if you work in government, you shouldn't be able to immediately quit government and go and work as a lobbyist for government. There should be a window of...
It would make sense that we should not be able to allow politicians to do that, because then they could start making backroom deals and everything to set themselves up and giving promises to these lobbying organizations and blah, 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 blah. There should be a cooling off period, because, like, I don't feel bad for politicians when they leave their jobs for the most part, because then they're just like everyone else. You know, maybe you have to learn a new skill, you know, go back to school, but there's other jobs out there for them, especially with people in certain income brackets. It's easier for them to get jobs because of like the old boys club type thing. Like once you're in that class, the owner class, the rich class, the 1%ers, it's very easy to get another job that pays well. I don't think politicians should be able to become lobbyists. I would say for 20 years after they leave office, because you can easily wait 5 years. But anyway.
Time, anywhere between 2 and 5 years, where you would be completely unable to work as a lobbyist lobbying the government.
So here's Frank saying that there should be a cooling off period of 2 to 5 years.
You should not be able to directly use your personal connections as an advantage in a job like that. That is just corruption. It's legal corruption, but it is still a way that our system is corrupted. And this isn't a conservative thing. This is an all political parties thing. And listen, I get it. When you stop working as a politician, you need to find another job. And not everybody is qualified to work in a lot of things outside of politics. Some people, their entire career is based in politics. So how do you say to those people, oh, now you cannot work in a politically adjacent position?
Yeah, you can say that. There's lots of other politically related jobs that people can get into that aren't lobbyists.
But the thing is, if you are serving the people, if you are taking the responsibility of serving the Canadian people, you then should not be able to use your power, your privilege, and your position to use that as leverage for another corporation, for another company, for other people to then be able to lobby the government. That is just wrong. And while I'm sure it's an issue federally, I definitely see it as a huge issue provincially in Ontario. I'm looking at all of Doug Ford's former staffers and assistants now working at lobbying firms, some of which are connected to companies that may or may not be doing things in Ontario that we're not happy with. What do you guys think? Have your thoughts in the comments?
So here's where my confusion kind of really comes in. Frequently asked questions about lobbying. This is the Office of the Commissioner of Lobbying of Canada. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? I have to do this. Where is it? Where is it? Nope, that's not it. I should have stuck to the section. Where is it? Maybe they put it in long form. Here we go. Who is prohibited from lobbying? The Lobbying Act includes a 5-year prohibition on lobbying for former designated public office holders. Unless an individual has been granted an exemption by the commissioner, this prohibition applies to the following situations. Individuals may not act as a consultant lobbyist for a period of 5 years after they cease to be a DPOH. Individuals who are employed by an organization may not lobby on behalf of the organization for a period of 5 years after that. Individuals who are employed by a corporation that operates for profit, not lobby on behalf of corporations, period of 5 years after they cease to be DPOH, if lobbying would constitute a significant part currently, blah, 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 blah. there is a 5-year cooling period from the looks of it that I guess is not being enforced at all. Because this is for members of the House of Commons, members of the Senate, all of that. From the looks of it, there is a 5-year cooling period that they have to abide by before they can get a job in a lobbying company. Now, some people are saying that this Upstream Strategy is not a lobbying firm, and that's why he's able to do that, because I don't like the AI overview, so that's why I went to the article, but it says Canadian politicians and other designated public office holders, that's the DPOH, face a 5-year lobbying ban after leaving their positions. This cooling off period restricts them from engaging in paid lobbying activities, lobbying on behalf of their employer if a significant part of their job are lobbying as consultant lobbyists, which is backed up by this. So they're saying, well, Upstream is not a lobbying firm, except after stepping down for Poilievre to run, MP Damien Carrick lands a role at government relations lobbying firm. The Alberta MP who stepped down to allow Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to run in his riding has a new job with a government relations and lobbying firm. Damien Carrick, who has represented Battle River Crowfoot since 2019, so it's not like he was just running and got it for a month. He had been the MP there, resigned in June after getting re-elected in April to allow Poilievre to regain House of Commission seat in what is regarded as a safe Conservative So how is this happening? Because from the looks of it, there is a 5-year cooling off period before you can get into a lobbying firm, which apparently this corporation is a government relations lobbying firm. This doesn't seem to add up. It seems very corrupt, if you ask me. Very corrupt. It'd be so nice if people in the 1% in the government were actually held accountable for the things that they've done. You know, like if Doug Ford was actually held accountable for all the social murder he's responsible for. But, you know, the fact that, no, he can just step down from his job after getting elected as an MP for the sole reason of giving it to someone else or letting a by-election happen. Like, to me, that seems wrong to begin with. But then with the whole, I wasn't promised anything. No. This was lined up before he made the decision to step down. This was already in the works. It was lined up. There's no way he would have stepped down if this wasn't a possibility. He knew this job was in the wings, and how he got that job, who knows? It's all a bunch of corrupt bullshit. Now, conservatives across the board, across this country, in the provinces, are really just the worst. They're horrible people. They are horrible individuals. And it boggles my mind how bad these people are. So chiefs in Ontario and Alberta condemn opposition to reintroducing First Nations safe drinking water bill. So the Ontario and Alberta government are like, we don't want a federal bill passed that requires clean drinking water for First Nations. We don't want that bill. We don't want them to have the clean drinking water. No, we shouldn't pass that bill. But then again, the Conservatives did also vote against, children getting lunches at school. This is just, it kind of blows your mind sometimes. So the head chiefs of Ontario has blunt words for Ontario and Alberta who this week called the federal government to not reintroduce legislation that would mandate safe drinking water in First Nation communities. Ontario and Alberta's opposition to Bill C-61 is not only disappointing, it's a direct attack on the rights and health and safety of First Nations, COO Regional Chief Abram Benedict told APTN News in a statement. The legislation was developed to ensure that our communities finally have access to clean, safe drinking water as a basic human right, and that far too many have been denied. He reiterated that Ontario has the highest number of long-term drinking water advisories in the country and gave the example of First Nations whose members have lived under a boil water advisory for over 30 years, calling it a national failure that must be addressed. We fully support the federal government's commitment to reintroduce Bill C-61, and we urge the Prime Minister Mark Carney and Minister Gul Masti to move forward without hesitation and reject any attempts to delay or weaken this legislation. Our communities cannot afford to wait any longer, Benedict said. Bill C-61, as well as other pieces of legislation, died on the order paper when Parliament was prorogued in March. It was introduced in the House of Commons on December 11th, 2023, and it has passed second reading. It was under review by the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. The bill officially called First Nations Clean Water Act, aimed at ensuring First Nations community have safe and reliable drinking water and wastewater services. It also aimed to affirm First Nations' inherent right to self-government and jurisdiction over water resources on their land. The Minister of Environment for Alberta and Ontario kicked off renewed debate on the legislation, writing a joint letter Monday to their new federal counterpart, Julie Deptrun. They asked that the new Liberal government refrain from reintroducing the legislation, saying it will undermine competitiveness and delay project development. Making sure that these communities have clean drinking water, that's just not competitive. We need to be able to pollute that water. It's just, they have no soul to be like, no, we want to debate this. We don't think all these First Nation communities should have clean drinking water because, it could delay project development if we want to do a mine nearby or do some infrastructure, build real estate. It might hamper their clean drinking water, and we're okay with that. We're okay with it. So don't you dare pass this bill that would ensure they get their clean drinking water. Both Ontario and Alberta want to forge ahead with resource development projects like Ontario's Ring of Fire and Energy Corridor and future pipelines projects in Alberta. Their statement posted online doesn't explain how the proposed legislation would affect those issued or trampled on their jurisdiction. According to the press secretary for Alberta Environment Minister Rebecca, the federal government needs to step up and ensure that all First Nation communities have access to safe and clean drinking water, but defends their stance, saying the bill is deeply flawed and should be scrapped. The federal government needs to put forward legislation based on meaningful consultation with provinces and Indigenous groups, and that will actually address First Nation water needs, says Ray Fournier. Fournier says that, as written, Bill C-61 would create more confusion about federal roles and responsibilities and give sweeping new powers to federal ministers. This legislation was created without meaningful engagement with Alberta's government and First Nations. Notably, it had been opposed by chiefs from Treaties 6, 7, and 8 who say the federal government drafted it while ignoring the requests for a meeting. Not shocking that the federal government would ignore First Nations concerns. In response to the statement from the provinces, Blackfoot Confederate in southern Alberta said that Bill C-61 posed absolutely no barriers to competitiveness or development, and that it would confirm the human rights of First Nations to safe drinking water, sufficient to water supplies, and the right to govern water on reserved lands. Just the idea that, oh no, if they all get their clean drinking water, we're not going to be as competitive. Oh. So, I do not know how to pronounce these names. Nations of the Blackfoot Confederacy are outraged at the government of Alberta's morally bankrupt opposition to the rights of First Nations to access safe and sufficient water supplies, a statement from the Confederacy said. The government of Alberta motives are unknown, but what is in doubt is that Premier Smith's government opposes. But what is not in doubt is that Premier Smith's government opposes First Nations rights to safe and sufficient water supplies, which is utterly reprehensible. The Blackfoot Nation also reminded the Prime Minister of his commitment in the throne speech. How much longer is this? My voice is really starting to go, but okay, it's a long article. Worth the read. I will toss the rest of this into the SandBox so that people can finish reading it. But I think there was something in here about Bill 5. Let's just do that Control F thing. Which is Ontario's bill. That is very similar to, yeah. So Ontario's Bill 5 will speed up the development of large projects such as mines by creating the so-called... Why don't I do this? So that you can see what I'm referring to. So this is a bit later down in the article. Some of the outstanding concerns about the bill from First Nations include the lack of money identified in the bill to fix existing water systems, which are aging and in need of replacement. There's also the issue of recruitment and training of water operators. First Nations spokes of wanting upstream control of their water source to protect drinking water from pollutants. Some wanted the bill to recognize water protection for lakes and rivers nearby, even if those waters were not currently linked to a drinking water system. Green Party leader Elizabeth May told APTN it was somewhat surprising to see a First Nations water bill on Alberta and Ontario's list that was mostly made up of environmental acts and laws. But she points to a pattern of laws passed provincially and federally in 2025 that are designed to curtail environmental assessments in consultations with Indigenous communities. One of the things about Bill C5, that's the federal bill, was that it was a law that would allow them to bypass environmental laws. So if this little piece of land here is the last habitat for a species, they can plow it over. They can override those laws. What do you think will happen to clean drinking water supplies with these new bills that have been enacted? For instance, in Nova Scotia, the government passed Bill 6, an act respecting agricultural, energy, and natural resources, lifting the province's long-standing moratorium on fracking for onshore natural gas without consulting Mi'kmaq nations. The Quebec government's proposed forestry reform, Bill 97, I covered that a little while ago, will modernize the forest regime. It will also create so-called priority forest management zones set aside for logging industry. Ontario's Bill 5 will speed up the development of large projects such as mines by creating so-called special economic zones that would suspend environmental and municipal laws for certain projects. Even in BC, Bill 15, the Infrastructure Project Act, is aimed at fast-tracking public sector projects like schools, but includes private projects like critical mineral mines that are deemed provincially significant. The bill gives Cabinet the authority to override permitting and environmental assessments for the project deemed a priority. Yeah. Clean drinking water be damned. Literally, let's damn it. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $1 super chat with the heart on it. Super appreciate it. But yeah, just conservatives. Children shouldn't have lunches at school. First Nations shouldn't have clean drinking water as a right. Like, these people are evil. And I don't mean it in biblical sense. I only recently realized that evil really pertains to like a Bible sense of evil. But to me, that's always been a descriptor of a behavior not attached to religion. That's just me. Anyway, a couple more tweets and then we'll move on to provincial stuff. So here is Mark Carney. Tomorrow on Canada Day, your middle class tax cuts take effect, saving you money so you can keep more of what you earn. Because that's what we need, more tax cuts, not taxing those billionaire corporations $2 billion that they wouldn't miss. And Tyler Slack just remembered this on July 15th, when you don't get their climate rebate, because Mark Carney canned the carbon tax, and people on low income used to get a climate rebate check, which really did help out. So you used to, but instead you got this half-assed tax cut that won't do a thing for struggling seniors and disabled people, which is true. Because the other thing that the conservatives or the liberals love to do is brag about how much they're helping people. So today, Canadians from coast to coast to coast receive their next GST HST credit payment, and the other benefits will put more money in your pocket through this month. Here are the dates to look out for. See, this bothers me. So we're not getting the carbon rebate checks anymore. The only one on this that actually benefits somebody like me is this one. But wait, I've talked about living with disabilities plenty of time, and there's the Canada Disability Benefit. I get so pissed off when I see them brag about this. Because this is why so many people, if they're polled, thinks the government is doing good by people with disabilities. Oh, well, there's the Canada Disability Benefit. And they put it on here saying Canadians from coast to coast to coast can start looking out for this. And it almost makes it sound like it benefits all people with disabilities, but it only benefits a tiny portion of people with disabilities. Because in order to get this Canada Disability Benefit, you have to have qualified for the Canada Disability Tax. I'm losing words right now. So you had to qualify for that, and most people with disabilities don't actually qualify for it because they make it too stringently hard to actually qualify. And for those who are already receiving the disability tax benefit, they then have to jump through further hoops in order to then qualify for this. And if they get this Canada Disability Benefit, it's an extra $200 a month, which when you're in dire poverty, if you get that, you're still in poverty. And if you're in Alberta, then provincially they'll claw back your disability payments. So there's no difference, because if you get $200 federally, they'll claw back $200 provincially. So you're seeing no change whatsoever. This is why I hate seeing things like this, making the liberals seem like they're doing a far better job than they are. And I did respond to it. I'm going to feature one of my tweets. Stop using the CBD as a brag of how good you're doing. It barely helps a handful of people. And even with it, those people are still in dire poverty. 200 doesn't help get people with disabilities out of poverty. It just makes it slightly less bad. Super frustrating. Super frustrating. Frodo has been crying so much. I need to go check on it. I just need to go check on him because he's been crying and crying and crying. I'm sure he's fine. He just gets into these moods, but I still just want to check on him. I'll be right back. He's fine. He's just being very vocal right now. He didn't eat much the past couple nights, so tonight I'll have to give him an appetite stimulant to make sure that he keeps eating, but he's just been crying and crying. I go out there and he's on top of my couch and he just looks at me like, what? Typical cat. Let's check the SandBox. And then we got some provincial news to go over, and then we'll end with the funny turn of events in Alberta. That is just, it's fun. It's fun. Let's see. Marty, I don't mean to sound rude, but the fact is Alberta is the weakest link when it comes to Canada. They've been holding the rest of Canada back for years now. In some ways, yeah. Let's see. Flow Snake, thanks for answer regarding Canadian politics, Sandy. What was the question? Oh, I'm glad I answered. Let's see. Canadian socialists, the Liberals claimed the credit for everything. LMAO, yeah. Swift returns. Have you seen Singh's hair, though? He has really nice hair. He has let it down from time to time in some of his pictures. Jack, I can't see my future, and I can't fly to Mars and live in a giant glass clock. Canadian socialist, Battle River Crowfoot, you have the chance to do the funniest thing. I would love for Pierre to go there, win that seat, and for Alberta to separate. Then he would no longer be the leader of the Canadian Party. That's the only reason why. Like, Alberta can't separate for multitude of reasons, but that would be so funny. The chances are he's going to win the riding, even though the longest ballot initiative is taking root there too, so there'd be like 200 candidates at a minimum on the ballot. I saw a video on it. Oh, who did it? Oh, Steve Boots, I think, did the video on what Pierre Poilievre's chances are there. And yeah, it was Steve Boots. And there's some independent candidates there, like even their liberal candidate that they got there is somebody who's from the community and whatnot, and these rural areas tend to dislike people who are just parachuted in, and there's an independent candidate there who's conservative leaning, who again is from the community and stuff, so they're going to bleed away some votes, no doubt, but the Conservatives won by 80%. But as far as I'm concerned, if he only wins by a plurality and it's below 50%, that should speak volumes as to who he is as a leader, and he shouldn't be. That said, I don't mind keeping him on as the Conservative leader because he's helping to sink the Conservative Party. You know, with him in power, the Conservatives are less likely to win. So it's one of those, I hate talking about him, I'm sick of talking about him, but with him in power, the Conservatives won't win. And like part of the reason why he lost his own riding is if he was just the Conservative candidate and not the leader, he would have won. Because since he was the leader, people got to know him more. And the more they knew him, the more they didn't like him. And so they ran into that problem of once they got to know him. So there's a good chance that once he starts really campaigning and stuff in this riding, they're going to be like, this guy is a fucking moron. He doesn't have any charisma whatsoever. He's so fake and phony. And so there's a good chance that a lot of his he's not going to take it by 80%. Let's see. Canadian socialists, unfortunate and common for ex-NDP staffers to become corporate lobbyists. Sickening, work for the NDP is like a fallback for aspiring lobbyists. Or they can become mayors of cities and be actually very conservative mayors. Andrea Horvath, who was the leader of the NDP, Ontario NDP. Oh, did we get raided by No Justice? Welcome, everyone. I still need to figure out where I can see if I got raided and by who. Hello, Cindy the Skull. Welcome to the SandBox. Flow Snake is leaving yet again. Hey, Lanier. Are you going to come up? Are you going to come up and show your adorable face? We got a second kitty in screen. Hi, Lanier. Say hi to everyone. Show off your cute goatee to everyone, your little shark fin goatee. Your little shark fin goatee, that's so cute. Okay. Oh, hello, B-Cat. Well, since there's a lot of new people in the SandBox, I need to show this off again. My latest drawing, it is not done. It's a work in progress, but I'm feeling like this is up to my snuff, whereas the last two portraits I did, I wasn't feeling it was up to my snuff. Everyone still liked them. They still look like the people, whatever, but I was feeling like they were missing something. And this drawing, like I said, not done. Definitely up to my stuff, though. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it, that I'm nailing it. Nobody tell her. When I do something like this, I don't like the subject of it to see it until it's done. But I still have a fair bit of work to do on it. Yeah, give you some idea of the size of the drawing. It's a 9x12 drawing, but yeah, it's not done, so still got a lot of work to do on it. Nobody tell her. Hello, Rachel Atwood. People loving the drawing. It's from a screen grab. So part of the reason why I feel like the drawings, the last two portraits I did, one was of Emma Vigeland, the other one was Michael Brooks, I wasn't really feeling them. They're good drawings, but you know, the quality of the picture wasn't that great because they were just screen grabs from their YouTube channels, not high definition, and the higher focus quality picture, the better the drawing. And the first drawing I attempted of Ole, I was also feeling like it wasn't up to my snuff. And after about 3 hours of work, I'm like, I can't finish this because it would fall into that category again of it looks like her, but I'm not feeling like it's up to my snuff. So then I got another screen grab, and this is from her Instagram account. The quality of the video is much clearer there. And so I was able to get a nice clean screen grab of something that I wanted. Yeah, so now I'm working on that drawing. And I'm hoping that she will be able to see it at some point. Anyway, why don't we hammer through these? Some stuff on Ontario, then the environment, and then a couple things on the Alberta funny story. the funny story in Alberta. Let's see. So, speaking of Marit Stiles and the NDP, this is why the NDP aren't winning. They are so phony and fake. And like, so this phrase that she came up with, I'm pretty sure was focus tested, like in a group. They had a whole bunch of people. So what sounds the best? And so she had to reiterate it here, but it says, she says it at the end of this. But so there's part of what Doug Ford wants to do with his Bill 5 is to push through a landfill in Dresden that apparently a lot of the people in Dresden don't want, and they're bypassing a lot of regulations and stuff, and they can do that now with Bill 5. But here's a little clip that Marit Stiles from the NDP had tweeted out.
Legislature and equipment has been brought to this site near the small community of Dresden to begin establishing what's being called the Dresden dump. But even with work underway, opponents of the project say they're not done fighting.
And I want to tell people out there that Dresden is the canary in the coal mine. What's happening here is a canary in the coal mine. And so I'm going to go around the province and I'm going to tell them, you know what I learned from the people of Dresden? Canaries don't just sing. They roar!
Bill 5 has passed. Bill 5 has...
No, I want to pause it here. There we go. She looks so proud of her delivery of that statement. They don't just cry, they roar. She is so inauthentic. Where is our Zora Mandami? Where is she, they? Where is our boldly progressive candidate to take leadership role? Mara is not it. Just so inauthentic. But yeah, the people aren't happy with this dump going in, especially considering all the regulations it's going to bypass. That's what you get with the Conservatives. Here, so we just saw Marit Stiles' delivery. I honestly don't know why the Greens aren't doing better in Ontario, because Mike Schreiner is much better at this. He's much better. So he tweets out, this summer we'll be going across Ontario to fight back against Bill 5. We're hosting events near you to bring people together to oppose the Ford government's attack on democracy, the environment, and Indigenous rights. Our first event is next week in Toronto, and I'll play the clip, and hopefully it won't get me hit up because he has music on in the background. But here he's talking about taking an action. Here she just wants to look good delivering a line. Like, there's nothing attached to that. She's not inspiring anyone to take action. Mike Schreiner is. And I wish that the Greens, like I said, I don't know how they're not doing as well. And if you notice on his shirt, he has little tiny bicycles all over. Anyway.
People across Ontario are outraged with the Ford government's Bill 5. It's an unprecedented power grab where the Premier can hand select companies and projects that are exempt from the law. It is a direct attack on Indigenous rights, environmental protections, labor laws, and democratic oversight. And that's exactly why the Ontario Greens will be traveling around the province this summer, hosting events, helping people organize the resistance against Bill 5. Our first event will start next Tuesday in Toronto, and you're welcome to join us because your voice matters. People are...
I love that. We have an event where you can go, your voice matter. He's making it about the people and what we can do and the actions we can take. Whereas Marit is just like, canaries don't just sing, they roar. Nah. And even in the debates and everything, I thought Mike did such a great job compared to the other candidates. So I'm actually kind of confused as to why they aren't doing better. And, you know, part of it, it's their fault for not doing a better job with promoting themselves. But also, you know, the media, like most mainstream media, don't like to focus on the more progressive groups. But, you know, I just like this because your voice matters. Like, he's trying to bring it back to the people. He's trying to get people engaged and going out to events. And I love that. We need more of that. So if you are in Ontario, make sure that you are following him so that you can get more of these updates and find out if there's going to be a rally near you that you can go and attend. But speaking of Ontario, privatizing our healthcare, it's happening. It is so on and it is so frustrating. So from Colin DeMello and Global News, new $6,000 per surgery and the ability to offer patients uninsured upgrades. That's part of the package private health facilities will receive if they're greenlit by the Ford government this summer. Critics are calling for more patient protection. I'm going to play this video. I've watched it. Hopefully I will remember any sort of commentary I want on it. But I have to go to the bathroom, so I'll play this while I'm in the bathroom.
So I was working previously. It's been a long-standing guarantee from the Ford government about who covers your health care bill in a private surgical
Still not
center.
hearing anything.
Care when they need it.
Okay.
So I was working previously.
It's been a
Are
long-standing
you guys
guarantee
hearing
from the
anything?
Ford government about who covers your health care bill center.
Care when they need it. Paid for by
Surgical centers. Those centers will be paid a facility fee. And
Okay, give me a thumbs up if you were able to hear anything other than Doug Ford in that, and then I'll let it play. Oh, I know what to do. This.
an average of
Okay, so it is playing. It's just my headphones are messed. I need new headphones. Okay. So I will play this while I go to the washroom. Now that I know you guys are actually hearing it.
So I was working previously.
It's been a long-standing guarantee from the Ford government about who covers your health care bill in a private surgical center.
care when they need it. Paid for by their OHIP card, not their credit card.
But as the province scales up the number of private clinics in Ontario, fresh concerns are being raised about whether patients can be upsold before they undergo a procedure.
If you want to wait for the OHIP funded care, then you're going to be waiting a year, or I could do, your procedure earlier for a fee.
The Ford government recently announced it was spending $125 million to add up to 20,000 knee and hip replacement surgeries in private surgical centers. Those centers will be paid a facility fee, an average of $6,000 per procedure on top of the OHIP costs for the surgery itself.
These procedures taking place in surgical facilities should not be compensated at a higher rate than they are compensated in our acute care hospitals.
But provincial documents also suggest those private facilities could have another stream of revenue directly from patients themselves. Clinics are being told by Queen's Park if they want a provincial license to open their doors, they would have to list any uninsured out-of-pocket fees for services clearly on their websites. And while they can upsell a patient, those charges come with caveats. Clinics cannot refuse OHIP services to a patient who chooses not to purchase uninsured upgrades. And patients won't be allowed to receive OHIP services faster than anybody else at the center simply by paying out of pocket. Critics say that puts a tremendous onus on the patient themselves.
It takes a lot for a patient to understand that that's happening to them because implicitly, patients trust their healthcare providers. They don't necessarily know what your doctor is getting paid for from the government.
There's already been stories from this where people go in for certain surgeries, especially like cataracts and stuff like that, and they come back with bills of thousands of dollars because they were upsold on things they didn't know they didn't have to pay for or they didn't need. And this really is devastating on so many levels to just make this two-tiered healthcare system, whereas if you pay, you can get to the front of the line, even though you're not supposed to. Like the companies aren't supposed to do that, but they absolutely are going to. Like, who are we kidding here? That's how this works. That's how this two-tiered private public healthcare system works. Those who can pay get to the front of the line.
and what your doctor is asking to be paid for inappropriately.
Opposition parties are calling for better guardrails to ensure that patients come before profits. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
Plug that back in. So just a little bit more on this. Ontario adding 20,000 publicly funded hip and knee surgeries at private clinics. Now, this isn't new what they're doing. It's just they're taking it to a whole new level because there's always been private clinics here. So basically, if they're offering things that are covered under our OHIP card, they should be doing it and we shouldn't be paying for it. However, what the private clinics make per surgery far exceeds the cost of what it would cost to get these surgeries done at a public clinic, because these private clinics are for profit. So they upcharge the province big time. And then the province ends up funneling more and more of the public dollars into these private clinics. They underpay staff and doctors and nurses at the publicly funded places, forcing them to go into private. And then suddenly the public system collapses and they're like, we just need more private to fix this. That's how it works. Because somehow people can't remember back, 20 years ago or so, when our healthcare system was in much better shape. Because more money was going to the public sector of our healthcare. Doctors and nurses were getting paid better. You could go to your doctor and talk about a few things at a time, not just one thing, and only for 15 minutes. Because they weren't being so severely overworked. Our ERs were nowhere near overcrowded the way that they are now. The quality of care you got was so much better. And that's because there was more money in the public sector that has been slowly funneled away over all of these years. Mostly by the Conservatives, but also slightly because of the Liberals. Because what would happen is the Conservatives get in and they roll back things a lot, and the Liberals would do little to nothing to reverse that damage. And then occasionally add to it. But then the Conservatives would come back in and then totally barrel it backwards. So let's see. And this is from the Ottawa Citizen. So some Ontario residents will undergo hip and knee surgeries at private clinics under a $115 million expansion announced by Health Minister Sylvia Jones this week. And I think we went over that. So at least one of the community surgical centers, blah, 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 blah. So the plan for standalone orthopedic surgical centers come a week after Jones announced a $155 million investment to add 57 surgical and diagnostic centers for MRI, CT scans, and GI endoscopy services, which provincial officials said would connect 1.2 million people to the services. The province has said it will announce the location of those facilities in the coming weeks. Research by Andrew Longhurst of the Alberta-based Parkland Institute has found that the hip and knee and shoulder surgeries outsourced to private for-profit providers in Alberta cost more and contribute to rising wait times for other surgeries, including colorectal cancer surgery. In an interview, Longhurst said a key concern of the influx of health dollars to private operators is the negative impact it has on public hospital system. Public hospitals are being starved of staff and funding, while private providers receive inflated payments for the lowest complexity surgeries, Longhurst said. Among those concerns are the opening of private surgical clinics with the least complex cases worsens the shortage of anesthesiologists and surgical nurses in the public system, increasing wait times for more complex cases, he said. Longhurst also said funding privately operated surgical centers also opens the door for upselling or extra billing. We hope we don't see the pervasive extra billing we have seen in other provinces, Longhurst said, but he noted that numerous Ontario patients have complained about being upsold or charged extra for cataract surgery, being unclear about costs, despite assurances from the province that upselling and extra billing would not happen. Oh. And just a little bit more from Raghu saying, Sault Ste. Marie narrowly voted into power Conservative MPP Chris Scott, and what do for Conservatives do? They cut the ER doctor hours. A lot of people are regretting how they voted when health policy is reckless and devoid of basic sense. Yes, it's the whole, they told us they were going to do this, and now that they did it, we're upset because we're going to suffer. And this is the article, Ontario health cuts threaten emergency services in the north. A group of emergency doctors from Seoul area hospitals have issued public letter condemning a sudden and retroactive, you know, when it comes to taxes, bad, but everything else, good. Reduction in provincial funding, they say, threatens efficiency of local emergency services. So on June 5th, 2025, the Ministry of Health notified Seoul area hospitals a 15% reduction of physician services, equating to nearly 11 hours of coverage per day. Alarmingly, the ministry has insisted that this funding cut be applied retroactively to April 1st, 2025, despite those services having already been delivered. The emergency department's function depends entirely on physician availability, while actual reduction in physician coverage will take effect July 1st, 2025. This short notice gives us little time to prepare. The ministry has chosen to implement its one-size-fits-all formula that completely disregards the realities faced by Northern Ontario communities. Let us be clear, the decision is not based on patient needs or data from our region. It is the result of an inflexible funding formula applied without meaningful consultation or consideration of local impact. That's kind of what the Conservatives said that they were going to do. But you voted for it. And that's unfortunate because a lot of people are going to suffer. And while it is true that physician coverage is funded directly by the ministry, not hospitals, the consequence of this decision will be borne by our patients, staff, and community. Sorry, my voice is starting to give out, so I don't want to go into too much detail reading all of these articles, but they're there for you to see. Shocking no one. This is the results of some actions of the Ford government. So this is from Progress Ontario, Toronto. Doug Ford shut down safe consumption sites, and now everywhere is an unsafe one. Overdoses are rising, lives are at risk, and public drug use is increasing. Tell Ford and your MPP to reverse their harmful decision and reopen safe consumption sites. I talked about this a lot on my channel. The shutdown of these supervised consumption sites. Because then where are the people supposed to go? Because also, if they do it in their tents, in their encampments, then they could get charged like $10,000 or possibly even sent to prison. I wish that was a joke. And so now they're just doing it wherever they can in unsafe conditions. And these are the consequences of shutting down the places where they could go. So TTC riders scared and upset after finding syringes on subway seat. A TTC rider says seeing syringes on a subway seat Saturday morning left him scared and upset. I found it a little disturbing considering kids are getting off and on, people are getting on and off, and that's not the first thing you want to see in the morning, the man who asked to remain anonymous told CP24 in an interview Saturday afternoon. He shared with CP24 photos of the syringes on the subway seat. I was a little scared. I was a little upset, he said. The man who boarded the, okay, we don't need to know location. He said he had used the app before, blah, blah, blah. When he got off, he approached staff member to notify them about the syringes. A TTC spokesperson confirmed the syringes were reported by a customer to a staff member this morning. Staff acted quickly to locate the train and safely dispose of the syringes. Although it happens, so they clean their cars regularly and so on and so forth. While it has encountered syringes on the TTC before, the man says he felt compelled to report it to the media due to a similar case earlier this month when a syringe was found sticking out from underneath a streetcar. And this is kind of nightmare fuel right here. That is not something you would want to sit on. So it was underneath a streetcar seat. Yeah, that is not something you would want to accidentally sit on. But this is what happens. These are the consequences of what Doug Ford is doing, that don't seem to get the same attention as Doug Ford bragging about all the alcohol you can drink now. That is all pump and circumstance, but, you know, shutting down life-saving facilities, the media doesn't tend to report multiple sides of that all the time. But here we go, moving a bit into some climate change, but also provincially things. It weighs on you, Ontario wildland firefighters being overworked due to lack of resources, union says. And this is from the CBC. The union representing Ontario's wildland firefighters said they're working long hours that contribute to fatigue and is calling for a funding increase to address lack of resources. Historically, Ontario had about 180 four-person fire crews, said Noah Freeman, wildfire crew leader in northwestern Ontario. That's not accounting all the changes, he said. Things are getting hotter, seasons are getting longer, and a little drier. While we should be looking to staff more firefighters and have more water bombers and pilots and all of our incredible support staff that we need more of, we're just going in the other direction at the moment. Freeman says the union has been unable to confirm the exact number of crews currently operating. Last year, there were 143. To be honest, it weighs on you. There's a lot of fatigue in this job, and as summer goes on, fires get more intense with the heat. So too does our fatigue, and there's poor decision making because people just don't get breaks. Then talks a bit about how there's turnover, how they're young and they're lacking experience. Yeah, especially with lack of experience that we have, that's when mistakes start happening. And that was right there. So Freeman said the current budget for Ontario's wildfire program is $130 million. It might sound like a lot of money to folks, but to be honest, in a program with this many aircraft personnel that covers a wildland fire region double the size of France, $130 million just keeps the lights on. He said, to put it in perspective, Premier Doug Ford spent $103 million on commercials last year. We really need to start thinking about proactively funding the program so that we can buy things before we need them and so forth. Anyway, my voice is really starting to itch. So the average age of firefighter, let's say these days, is like 21, he said. There's a lot of less critical thinking ability there. It's not only that they're not brilliant. It's not that they're not brilliant young people, but there's a lack of experience in life in terms of decision making. Examples Freeman said include not being aware of how trees falls necessarily or which trees die from the top down and have huge chunks of material falling down around you. But a little bit more from that, just about how bad the fire season is here in Ontario, because we haven't really been hearing much of it. So rank 6 fire burning in northwestern Ontario. This is a glimpse of what rank 6 fire looks like. A wildfire was heading directly for Webanique First Nation in June 2025. That would be terrifying. Utterly terrifying. So Northwestern Ontario is facing severe wildfire season with strained resources amid criticisms over delayed water bomber orders and provincial underfunding of firefighter efforts. New blazes are threatening communities. And some of these communities are so remote that it's hard to get the equipment and stuff there. They're fly-in nations. So the only way to really escape is on these tiny little planes where only, half a dozen people can go on at a time. And it's just horrifying. New fires ignite amid high hazardous conditions. The Ministry of Natural Resources said there were 17 new fires in the region by the evening of July 2nd, bringing the total number of active blazes to 46. That's right, we're not hearing about them because a lot of these are in remote, uninhabited areas, but there's 46 wildfires in Ontario right now. Of those, 20 are not under control. 6 are under control and 16 are being monitored. Let's see. major fires strain resources. 2 fires of note continue to challenge firefighters. Red Lake 12 near Deer Lake and Sandy Lake First Nations has grown to 195,670 hectares and remains uncontained. 23 crews and 9 helicopters are working to suppress hotspots, with infrared scans revealing persistent heat along the western perimeter. I just want to skip down to... So they're saying that there's a global backlog of delays of new water bombers, and that's why they're not there, because, you know, the Ford government is like, oh, well, we're getting them. With record-breaking fires already burning in the north, the government's lack of preparedness is putting people, communities entirely, and entire ecosystems at risk. Let's see. These workers put their lives on the line. Yeah. The NDP is demanding an immediate budget increase to $300 million for wildfire programs, improved pay for firefighters, and faster procurement of aircraft. So Premier Doug Ford acknowledged the delays about the wire bombers. So, which have acquired, yeah. They produce them in Alberta, but it's taking 4 years to produce more water bombers. So about that, water bombers, he's saying that they're working on it, they've got them, but there's just a delay. However, Mike Schreiner again says more than 375,000 hectares of forests have already burned, and more than 1,400 people have been evacuated from their homes. How many times do we need to tell the Premier that an effective climate preparedness plan requires investment before catastrophic starts? We need the water bombers and staff in place before the fires start. We need to do all of that to prevent them, all that we can do to prevent them when they do start, and have the resources in place. And he's quote tweeting an article from the Toronto Star that says, Doug Ford said he ordered new water bombers to fight Ontario's record wildfires. Budget documents show no money earmarked for their purchase. So Doug Ford says they're in play, but there's no money in the budget that's paying for them. I'd look at the Toronto Star article, but they're always behind a paywall. And so Lee's here, who is an Ontario NDP MPP, had tweeted this out. The north is burning. Planes are grounded, and Doug Ford caught lying about buying new water bombers and cutting millions from the fire budget. Protect Ontario, fires out of control, and wildland fighters are undervalued. And so here's a bit from the article that she put up on screen. We've got this commitment where they say we're buying 6 more water bombers. Okay, but we don't even have enough pilots to fly the ones we have, says the president of OPSU. But also here, press release from the NDP. Let's see. While the Premier makes empty promises about buying new planes, existing planes are sitting on the ground because we do not have enough frontline workers to fly them. Oh, wait a sec. Back up here. So, leader of the official opposition, Marit Stiles, is calling for accountability and transparency in response to a Toronto Star's report about internal government documents showing that no money has been put aside to purchase new water bombers despite the Premier's claims. And we've all seen what happens with this Jasper National Park, which was also the home to a lot of people in Alberta, burnt down to the ground. Communities are just being wiped off the maps by these fires. There's not enough people, there's not enough equipment, and Alberta and Ontario in particularly are completely underfunding any sort of wildfire protection that they're responsible for. But, you know, there's more of these because, in case you haven't noticed, it's gross hot out a lot of the time. And this is from CP24. We're not letting it go. Advocates say government needs to do more to ensure people aren't living in scorching hot apartments. There is, I think, laws in the books in Canada that you can't turn off the heat in the winter because people would die because of it. There needs to be like a human right to air conditioning now, because without it, people will die. In the wake of a sweltering heat wave in Greater Toronto Area, tenant advocates and some lawmakers say more needs to be done to improve temperature regulations for rental units. If I didn't have air conditioning, I don't know what I'd do, Christina told a recent interview. So she has asthma, and she needs the air conditioning in order to help her breathe. It's live or die for some people, she says. She shared some of these seniors she speaks with are dealing with the compound health effects of the heat and lack of sleep. A lot of them are not sleeping because they can't. It's too hot. They're overtired, and that's when you have accidents. That's when you trip and fall. The woman said, I have talked about a few people in my building, and like how many showers can you take to try and get your body temperature down? Temperatures soared across the GTA, not Grand Theft Autobot, but the Greater Toronto area. Several days in mid-June, feeling like the 40s with the humidity. While the sticky weather left many people uncomfortable, it also left others at risk for serious health issues. According to Toronto Public Health, 42 people were treated in emergency rooms for heat-related health problems during the recent heat wave, but Ontario's Office of Chief Coroner says it's difficult to track how many deaths are related to the heat that may have exacerbated pre-existing conditions. And they're just talking about certain regulations, working on a max heat bylaw, that sort of thing. But how bad can heat waves get? Back in 2003, there was a European heat wave. The 2003 European heat wave saw the hottest summer recorded in Europe since at least 1540. Spain, France, and Italy were hit especially hard. The heat wave led to health crisis of several countries and combined with drought to create a crop shortfall in parts of southern Europe. The death toll has been estimated at more than 70,000. The predominant heat was recorded in July and August, partly as a result of the Western European seasonal lag from the maritime influence of the Atlantic warm waters, blah, 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 blah. The heat kills. Absolutely kills. In BC, they had the heat dome a bunch of years ago that killed roughly 800 people. It's a problem, but, mainstream media still doesn't like saying the words climate change all that much. And it doesn't even matter if they say it, because we need a government that actually acts on it, actually does something about it, actually makes it an issue. Instead, what we get are bills that will supersede any sort of environmental protections. We need to be more proactive. There's lots of reports out there, I'm sure you'll find, of experts saying it's too late for climate change, that we're going. And the thing is to some extent, yes, we're not stopping climate change at this time. We are mitigating it and eventually working to reversing it. But what we see down in Texas right now is a consequence of decades of inaction. Because down there, last I saw, over 70 people died in flash floods from a storm. And part of the reason why it was so bad down there is if you have a hot, dry area for any prolonged period of time, it can't absorb water. And you can see videos online that demonstrate this. So if you have dry, caked land, but you have some land with some moisture already into it, and they put a cup over them, you see how quickly the water will absorb down into the already moist land. But the dry one, it's like there's a barrier, there's a crust on the ground, so the water doesn't actually get through. So what happens is it's all on the surface, and then it gets funneled through certain areas. And down in Texas, it rose about 26 feet in an hour. And this is when people are saying, it's surprising what you sleep through. This happened at night. And so for some people, they woke up on time to see they had no escape, because the water was already around them. There were some summer camps for children that were hit in the middle of the night. An astonishing number of, just a horrifying number of children were swept away in this. The last I heard, they were still looking for 11 girls. They still want to have that hope that it's, a rescue. It's a recovery, because with waters growing that fast, that vicious, it does not matter how strong of a swimmer you are. You do not survive that. I think I did want to show some footage of that before we get into the last little bit of news of the day. I was watching it earlier. Oh, YouTube is taking so long. Or it's just my tab in general. I'm loading it up and it's like, new tab. Let's see. Let's go to my history on here. I think it's this video that I want. Let's just do this while I'm switching over. If this video ever decides to load, you will see just how fast the water can rise. I did click on it. Okay, yeah. No, it's just taking forever. There we go. Just again, look here how far down that is on the bridge. It is almost like it's hard to comprehend that in just a short while that water is up to that bridge that they're standing up on right now. So just see how far down that is. You know, you can see that's if you were to jump off of that, it's a maybe survivable jump, you know, depending on what kind of ground you land on. But it is high up. And to see it right now and to think that in just an hour, it's up to that bridge is mind-boggling. I hit play on it, but since I backed it up, it's going to take a while to actually reload so that you can actually see the rest of this video. Because YouTube is weird. At this point, the people on the bridge are like, maybe this isn't safe anymore. We're on that same bridge. Snap the trees, because the debris will pile against the trees and snap it over. Because it's not just the water that you have to do, it's the debris in the water that is also super dangerous. And so while the trees might be able to withstand the force of the water, with the debris pushing up against it, it'll cause it to snap. And then at some point, the leaves also start to get into the water and they get absorbed, and so then it's harder for the tree to stay up because the leaves are pulling it under as well. And this is the same bridge. And it just replays it. Let's go back. Wanted to cover a little bit of CNN that I saw. If it ever decides to load. There we go.
Where officials have just given us an update on the number of fatalities as a result of historic flooding that hit the area some 48 hours ago. Officials updating us The death toll now at 59 in Kirk County, approximately 67 fatalities across the state of Texas, including 21 children, 11 campers that remain missing here at Camp Mystic, along with one counselor. The effort to find them is underway right now. I want to go to Jeff Zeleny, who is tracking all of this from the nation's capital for us. And Jeff, there have been a lot of questions about how the Trump administration's view of emergency response would wind up guiding what we would see here, given that the president has specifically said that he wants to do away with FEMA. And if there isn't a federally guided response to disasters like this, it's unclear exactly what a local response would look like. Right now, obviously, the priority is finding any signs of life. Nevertheless, there are a lot of questions about the resources that are going to be available to these communities to help in that process.
They still tiptoe around like, ooh, we don't want to blame Trump, but it's Trump's fault.
We're updating us on the latest death toll. The president posted on Truth Social that he has just signed that federal disaster declaration. I'll read just a part of it. He said, I just signed a major disaster declaration for Kirk County, Texas, to ensure our brave first responders immediately have the resources they need. He goes on to say these families are enduring an unimaginable tragedy with many lives lost, many still missing. But Boris, you are right. The central questions here that the Trump administration is going to see in real time, the plans that he's been talking about for several months, and that is effectively eliminating the FEMA program and giving some of the funding to states to handle this locally. That is adding one more thing, if you will, onto their plate. The big bill that was passed this week that is now signed into a law is already handing some Medicaid provisions, some food assistance programs onto the states. So this is one more thing in terms of emergency disaster relief. And central questions also are facing the administration for many other disaster areas. There was a disaster a few months ago.
I just muted it for a second because this video is taking forever to load to where I want it to go. Let's see. My God, YouTube is being really, really bad right now. Okay, I'm just going to pause it. Let's see if I can. Sorry, YouTube is acting really weird. This is a different part of the video that I watched earlier, because I wanted to get into people who are volunteering and whatnot, and they talk a bit about it.
The news that no one wanted to receive, the death toll, as was anticipated, rising here in Central Texas as a result of historic floods. We just learned there from the sheriff, Larry Latha, that 21 children have now been confirmed killed just here in Kirk County, along with 38 adults. That brings the death toll just in Kirk County alone to 59 people. And across the state of Texas, that number is actually higher. It's closer to at least 67, given a number of deaths in neighboring counties. The sheriff there also revealing that a dozen plus adults that they've recovered, cadavers that they've recovered, remain unidentified, as well as some 4 children. They are hoping to get them identified to allow their loved ones to learn of what happened. We've also heard from the sheriff.
Okay, I'm just turning it off now. So delayed. YouTube is impossible these days. But I just wanted to touch on, they were talking about like people who are volunteering and swarming the area and tying up, emergency services lines, asking how they can volunteer. And it gets really tricky in this area because I've actually been to one of these camps stations, I don't know what you call it, where you go to meet to look for a flood victim, because here in Ontario a bunch of years ago, a woman was trying to cross a bridge that was flooded over when we were having some severe flooding here in Ontario, and her car got swept off the bridge and she was able to get out, but her child was still in it. And so there were searches for her child. And as much as people want to help, sometimes you can't, because people will just show up, but you need to warn them ahead of time you're going so that they can coordinate, they can organize. You can't just send them supplies. You have to find out ahead of time, what do they need? What are things that are actually useful? When can you go to volunteer? Because they want to space it out so they don't have too many volunteers at one time and not enough at another time. If you go to volunteer for something like this, make sure you take the right equipment. Going in sneakers, not a good idea. You need to have like work boots, steel-toed work boots to make sure that you can handle the terrain that you'll be going over. And something that they don't tend to really warn you about is you have to be prepared to be traumatized. Because as much as you want to bring the family closure, finding that body would haunt you. The child was eventually found deceased in a lake. These 11 children that are missing, they're not, it's not a rescue, it's a recovery. And it's horrifying for the families, it's horrifying for the people who will find them. And so it's important that if you do want to volunteer in one of these areas, you go through the proper channels, that you don't inundate the emergency lines, just asking random questions. There's usually groups that are set up to take care of these things. But it is, it's just important that you don't impose your help on them. You find out what they need, and if you can supply it, you give it. Because these types of things are just going to be more frequent, and it's horrifying. It is horrifying to be in that situation, to lose your kids when they've gone away for what's supposed to be, a fun summer camp, childhood memories, that sort of thing. It's just so horrific. And, from what I heard, the camp counselors tried their best to get the kids out, but the water was just rising so fast. Like, people don't understand how fast this water rose. And unless you're near a steep incline that you can climb up, it's very hard to escape. And a lot of people just end up on the roofs of their homes in hopes that their homes don't wash away. But a lot of trailers were in the path of this, people celebrating the 4th of July weekend. It is just, it is really, really horrific. Okay, I'm going to check the SandBox, and then we'll get into the last story of the day, which is just some fun stuff in Alberta. Some fun shenanigans in Alberta. And that will be the day. So let's check what's happening in the SandBox. Grand Theft Ottawa is saying Sault Ste. Marie is pronounced Sue for some reason. Yeah. A lot of messages being deleted. Just again, reminder, people, just be kind. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully everyone is just, I'm okay with people having differing opinions in the SandBox, but no name calling, no slurs, things of that sort. And also, if somebody is just going into circular arguments, just don't engage. Just don't engage. Some people, you're not going to change their mind. But like I said, I don't exactly know what's going on right now. Let's see. Let's see. Separation. Okay. Shemagli said separation from Canada is a fantasy. The provinces can't. Like they just it's the thing they cannot separate. The land doesn't belong to the province. It's between the treaties and the crown that they were signed way back when. Grand Theft Autobot, why do we need to fund firefighters? There are no fires. Later, after defunding firefighters and getting overwhelmed by fires, they were doing their jobs. That's why there were no fires before. So life, I scrolled past a video that showed a globe of all places, of all the places that be too hot to live without AC by 2050, and 80 to 90% of the US was included. That's going to be unfortunately true. In Pup Tetris, welcome to the SandBox. Not sure I've seen you before. Not all buildings in the US are built with AC or even vents between rooms. In places with wildfires, you can't open the windows. People have to evacuate and go to the library or other heat shelters. And that was part of the problem with the European heat wave, is that a lot of those buildings don't have AC. They were built before AC was really needed, but also it wasn't part of the infrastructure. And they don't want to make it part of the infrastructure when their reasoning is like, it's only going to be, what, once a week, every year? It's no biggie. So why invest all this money into putting air conditioning in all these units? The same thing happened in Alaska. They had a massive heat wave once, and there's no air conditioning up there. And as far as I'm concerned, it needs to be a human right because it messes with your ability to function. And even if you want to look at it from like a capitalist point of view, if you want productive workers, you need to have air conditioning because it makes them more productive while at the workplace, but then also it allows them to sleep at night. And when they sleep at night, they're more productive in the workplace. So if you want to look at it from just a sheer capitalist point of view, air conditioning makes sense. But yeah, there's far, far too much infrastructure in place. Like, it's not like it's an earthquake zone where they knew ahead of time and could build their buildings ahead of time. These heat domes are popping up all over the place in places that weren't traditionally warm enough to require an air conditioner. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Something about some stuff in Alberta. Of course, not all Albertans are racist. There has been a lot, but not all of them, of course, and you would never want to collectively punish all of Alberta because of the most right-wing takes there. But from personal experience, I can say it's a definite cultural change once you go out there. Wanda M, welcome to the SandBox. Hey everyone, unfortunately death toll is rising in Texas. Last I saw was 80 confirmed. Yeah, it's going to be going up. And there's just like, they're talking about the ones unaccounted for, but they don't know how many are unaccounted for because literally entire families were swept away. And so there's nobody reporting them missing yet. Let's see. BCAT, it's Trump's fault there isn't money to assist in the aftermath. Also saying red states have no money to help people. And they're very quick to say that Dem states shouldn't get any disaster relief you know, the whole bootstraps thing. But as soon as it happens to them, they want all the money. They want all of it. Wanda M, extremely dangerous to be on the bridge or anywhere near there. OMG. Yes, if there is something like that, don't go taking that footage on the bridge, because you don't know if the water is undermining the foundations of it. And even though the bridge looks very, very sturdy, it might not be. Because if it starts grinding away under the foundations, it just takes a little bit, but with that much force, it can easily erode right under a foundation as soon as there's any give in it. Also, you do not drive through, you do not walk through water you cannot see the bottom of. And if you have to go through flood water, you take a stick, a walking stick with you, and use it in front of you like this as you're walking. Because if you're in the city and let's say you're walking and, you know, maybe it's only up to your knees, it's not that deep. But do you know if there's a manhole that was uncovered because of the floods? The pressures maybe shot it up a bit. And if you were to fall into that, the currents would take you away and you'd stand no chance. So you don't know if there's holes in front of you. You don't know if there's obstructions or if there's something you could trip over or get caught in. So don't walk in those waters. Don't drive in those waters if you can at all help it. And if you do walk, make sure that you have something in front of you that you're testing to make sure that you're not about to stumble over or into anything. It's best to just stay on one of the boats that you see. And even then you have to drive carefully, because if there's like a tree or something right under the water, the boat can get snagged in that too. Well, how about the SandBox is all talking about Alberta? Let's just get to that. So a little fun in the story that I've been covering about, you know, Danielle Smith, not saying that she supports separatists, but, you know, it was just making it easier for them to have a referendum, to do all this rhetoric about how the federal government isn't supporting them enough. And basically, the Conservative Party is a separatist party in Alberta. But there are actual separatist parties as well in Alberta. And Danielle Smith has been jumping through hoops to make it easier for them to have a referendum on whether or not they should separate, which is a senseless referendum because all it does is stoke flames, because Alberta cannot separate. It is not something that is in the capability of that province to do. And they're not looking at the bigger picture of how difficult, like hypothetically speaking, if they could, it would be. Do they have their own army? What about their CPP? Who's funding their healthcare system? Like, it's where, what kind of government do they have? Do they have a parliamentary system at that point? But then, you know, the biggest part is they don't own the land. The land is treaties that were signed with Indigenous nations and the Crown. So those are where it negotiated. Alberta does not own it. So I've been covering the story because it is important to go over that this rhetoric, this separatist rhetoric, is not there as any sort of real solution to the problems in Alberta. It's there for Danielle Smith to use as a distraction from her own horrendous failures and to try to keep herself in power. And that's all it is. And it's playing on the frustration and the anger of a lot of people in Alberta who are feeling like they're being held back, held behind, that their life is getting worse. And it is, but it's in large part because of what Danielle Smith is doing. It has nothing to do with whether they should separate. And so she did all these things to make it easier for this referendum to happen. And then this happened. This is good. This is good. So this is from the Calgary Herald. Alberta's pro-Canada forces scoop separatists set referendum question. It basically takes all the wind out of Danielle Smith's sails, says Thomas. I don't know how to say his last name. So, surprise, a pro-Canada team beat the separatists to an Alberta referendum. On the eve of Canada Day, Elections Alberta approved an official signature drive on the question, do you agree that Alberta should remain in Canada? If enough signatures are collected, there will be a full provincial vote on the question. Thomas, who leads the pro-Canada campaign, figures that any separatist petition is now dead in the water. The separatist Alberta Prosperity Project disagrees. The group says on X, "This is not our petition. This is a bold attempt by Thomas to stall our efforts, and we will not be deterred. Stay tuned for more." This is the tweet, if it decides to load up. So from Alberta Prosperity, "This is not our petition. No. This is not APP approved. This is not. We didn't do it." And that's part of the problem. They didn't. So the separatists said that's not their petition. They spelled Thomas's name wrong. More consequently, the legislation governing these votes specifically states that 2 referendums on the same general subject cannot be approved. In other words, you can't have a vote both on whether Alberta should stay in Canada and another one on whether Alberta should leave. Elections Alberta confirms that dueling referendums aren't allowed. The authority review application in the order they're received, and Thomas's was the first to submit the question that met legal requirements. The other side cannot now proceed, said Thomas's former deputy premier in the progressive conservative regime. Alberta Prosperity wants a referendum question to be, do you agree that the province of Alberta should become an independent country and cease to be a province of Canada? The separatists can now campaign to discourage people from signing on to the pro-Canada petition. If signatures fall short, there's no referendum. If the Thomas question does make it to a province-wide vote, Alberta Prosperity could campaign to defeat it. A no vote would effectively endorse separation. But there's no doubt about who has the upper hand right now. It's Thomas and the Forever Canada movement. Thomas questions the political category, meaning successful vote would force Premier Danielle Smith and the UCP to accept the results. Because remember what Danielle kept on saying throughout this is, I will respect the results of the referendum no matter what. Well, now there's this referendum, so if they vote to stay part of Canada, she'll have to respect those results and shut up about this separatism. A vote in favor means Danielle Smith will have to develop policy statements compelling her to adopt the position of the referendum, he says. That means no ifs, ands, or buts, Alberta will remain in Canada. It basically takes all the winds out of her sail. It says, you have every right to negotiate with Ottawa, but you don't have the right to hold a gun to Canada's head. While Elections Alberta ruling came down just before Canada Day, Smith's new referendum rules will take effect on July 4th, America's Independence Day. That may not be intentional, but it sure is suggestive, and it is that she would have these new referendum rules just happen to be on the same day as July 4th, like the American Independence Day. And so the rest of this is just talking about how many signatures they need. So the new rules for the referendums on how easy it is to get will start July 4th. And since this application got approved right before then, they're not sure which rules that they have to abide by, but Thomas is very confident that either way, they're going to win this. So it doesn't really matter. But he does feel that the new rules should apply to his application or his petition. And part of the reason why they were able to get that through before the separatist one was they weren't waiting. They didn't wait until the new rules came into effect. They circumvented it by just doing it now. And there's a fun little video about it. as well. And this is fun. It's funny that the separatists were so busy stoking flames and stuff that they weren't busy actually doing their job. And this is just a fun video from Lisa. She does good videos, and she's Alberta based, and so I recommend people follow her on TikTok and Twitter and whatnot. Actually, I don't think she's on Twitter. I see a lot of her videos on Twitter, but they're usually from somebody else, so she's on TikTok. Sorry, you guys aren't hearing this. It's silence. You guys got to mention that earlier with my name, so I see it out of the corner of my eye, because I have it muted over here, but not over here. So I was hearing it and reacting to it, but you guys weren't. So now the delay, I'll see a lot of that, but here we go. I'll start this over.
Do you remember when the Alberta Prosperity Project, Black Hat Guy, and the whole little group of them were going on and on and on about how we need to have a referendum. We need to get Alberta to separate. We have so many people that support us. We have a website and everything. Do you agree that the province of Alberta shall become an independent country and cease to be a province of Canada? But then do you also remember that Thomas Lukaszuk got really sick of hearing about that and decided that he was going to file with Elections Alberta, pay the money and everything to ask his very own question? Basically, should all talks of separation just get fucked? Because despite the Alberta Prosperity Project jammering constantly, they didn't do the paperwork, and Thomas's question got in first. And that made them so mad. And Black Hat Guy had to post this, saying that Mitch Sylvester filed its independence referendum petition application. And then he got even madder, and he wrote this big, long letter to Elections Alberta on fucking letterhead, basically saying that the other question is invalid, which it isn't. You guys were just mad that you didn't think of filing it first. Attention to detail. Y'all remember all that? Well, look whose question got approved. That's right. Do you agree that Alberta should remain in Canada? That's Thomas's question, not Black Hat Guy's question. Had they not been so arrogant, they could have filed their question. But alas. So now the real work begins, people. I'll probably be posting a lot, because now we need to get all the signatures so that we can get this question to referendum and finally shut them the fuck up. Go follow Thomas Lukaszuk on his socials. I'm sure there will be updates and call outs for people to volunteer and to help out. Get some comfy shoes, because we're going to need to get a lot of signatures. I'm there, Thomas. I will do my whole area. Never put your faith in people who don't pay attention to detail. Ooh, they must be mad. So fucking mad. Happy Canada Day, Alberta. And a big fuck you to the separatists. Carney named
Yeah. They could have, as soon as they started all this talk, they could have started that petition, but nope, they wanted to wait and wait and wait, and meanwhile, they got usurped. They got usurped. Because they wanted to wait, but yeah, it's just great. That's great. It's so funny. And so if it, if this were to happen and it goes through, then Danielle Smith is obligated to respect the results of the referendum. And actually she can in this case, because again, if they were to vote no, if that somehow happened, it doesn't matter because it still ain't happening, because they cannot separate no matter how much they may want to. It's not a possibility. Does Alberta have its own army? Just do they want to renegotiate all the treaties with the rest of the country and all the other countries around the world, all the stuff that the federal government, generally speaking, deals with? And then they're also landlocked, so how are they going to get their oil out? Well, then they would have to negotiate with the provinces, and what kind of currency would they use? What about their passports? What about people who work there but live across the border? And on and on and on and on and on. But also, the land isn't theirs to take. It is on treaty land. They cannot separate. I realize there is far more of a delay on here than I thought. Looks like people are still arguing about Alberta. It's definitely a different culture out there. So I will see if there's anything relating to the video and not people just arguing back and forth. Let's see. No, have a good night, BCAT. If you don't tune in later on while I'm still on. Grand Theft Autobot, happy and rested employees are productive employees. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hello, the Wild West. Welcome to the SandBox. Trevor Borens, the separatists should just move to US if they want to live in a right-wing dystopia. There's nothing stopping them from moving if that's what they want. If they think it's so much greater down there, then feel free to move. But you most likely be detained as you're trying to immigrate there. Let's see. So like the separatists love Canada so much they want to secede from it. Like Texas in America. If I'm Texas, they want to succeed while quoting the Second Amendment. In Texas, yeah, they want to. Let's see. '56 Nick Rich, only Maple Maggots want to separate from Canada. Traitorous Fox. Trying to call yourself Canadian while wanting your province to separate from Canada doesn't exactly mesh. Like that's the thing. If you're that against being Canadian, you can move. I talk about all the issues and problems that I have with Canada, but I have no desire to leave Canada. I do benefit from being here, and I do acknowledge those benefits. But, you know, don't impose your dislike of the nation on other people, because not everyone in Alberta, like even if there was a referendum, even if they could follow through with it, not everyone there does want to be separate from Canada. So now you're imposing that on the people in Alberta who want to remain part of Canada. Like it's just it's a non-starter, that one. I don't know what your question was, Soul Life. Oh. Talking about the back and forth. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's almost been 5 hours. That's all my live streams lately. Oh. But for people who are showing up later in the stream, I just love showing this off because it's super, super good. It's not done, but it's super, super good so far. Bang. Nobody tell her yet. I'm not done it, so I don't like the subjects of my drawing to see them before the drawing is done, but I like showing it off to people as a work in progress. But for those who've seen my portrait drawings before, you know that I like to shade the background too, to give it a little bit extra dimension. I need to smooth out the skin tones here, make it match the face a bit more, add more dynamic shading, make the blacks in her face, like the eyes and nostrils and in the mouth, like really dark, as opposed to just what I have now. Probably more definition in the hand as well. But yeah. Be working on the hair a bit more too. So still a fair bit of work to go into it. But I think you all know who it is. If you know her, you know it's her. And I've been looking forward on working on it. It's just, I'm using art now as an escape, which I probably shouldn't be doing because I need to get that stupid TYT video done. But now when I do artwork, it feels like I'm being productive while distracting myself from the other stuff. But yeah, I need to get that other project done so that I can just focus on my book. I dream about it. I dream about this world. I want to be in it. Please buy the book if you haven't already. Link in the description box below. There will be prequels and sequels that are in my brain that I need to write out. And, you know, it's one of the things I hope I am writing out my next life. That when I die, I wake up as Minuet. I think I saw Frodo walk in here. He must have walked out again. But Lanier is still on my lap, acting all nice and cute, shedding like a crazy mofo. Just pluck. All that fur. You're so cute. You're so cute. Looney Tunes 9000 saying I had to kick the person out who started the back and forth because I lost my patience with them after fighting with chatters. I do not take shit from trolls, Sandy. So, Life, I bet both those Alberta chatters think they're even more right after tonight. I don't know, like, it's definitely a different culture in Alberta. I've been there. I have family there. On the aggregate, they're probably more racist. Doesn't mean everyone is. But it's one of those things, if you get offended being called a racist as opposed to maybe examining why you were called a racist, you probably are a racist. If somebody were to call me racist, I wouldn't be offended by it. Because I know in my heart, you know, there is some ingrained racism. Like, it's part of the settler colonialism, white culture that I grew up in. And, you know, I try my best to learn and move on and correct myself. But, you know, everyone's a little racist to some extent. It's just, again, it's the culture and what we grew up in. But it's important to acknowledge it and learn from your mistakes and apply that knowledge going forward too, so that you don't have to rely on others telling you all the time that, oh, maybe what you said you shouldn't have said. But, you know, if somebody were to say that a comment I said was racist, I would examine the comment and be like, okay, is it? Or is it just them trolling me? Like, it's just, it's not something that you should be offended about. It's something that you should use as a tool to grow from, really, if somebody's calling you that. Because if they're just doing it for the sake of doing it, then why care? But if there's some merit to it, learn from it. Like, it's not complicated that way. I don't know. Oh, Linear is so cute. I am covered in cat fur. I don't know if you can see it on the shirt, but the shirt is just covered with cat fur. Oh, but yeah, I'll be on MySpace this Wednesday. I think I know what I'm going to do. I don't know how entertaining it will be, but I figure since I'm the Canadian contributor, yes, they have other Canadians on, but I think I'm the only one who's doing like live shows. The rest is like syndicated content or whatever, replayed content from other Canadians. I think I'm the only Canadian that's providing original content. But I think what I should do to educate all you people, let's just read the Canadian Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's not that long. So I should read that, I think, for people, and we should go over that. Looney Tunes 9000, you mean this space is not what I said? It's getting late. Uh, 56 Nick Ridge, I'm white and confront the right without any fight. Shemagli, they're going to light up their incel message board tonight. Yes. So this space, this Wednesday, will be on at 4 o'clock. I'm just going to go over the Canadian Constitution, Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's not that long, so it should be interesting content. Given that I have so much ADHD and inflections in my voices, that's if you're gonna do it, that's the way you do it. Well, the time I'm on this space is my space on that space. And I made my own intro for it. Also, I have a different intro for the last Wednesday of the month. When Minuet goes on, I'm not on, Minuet is on. Who's Minuet? She's a character from my book that everyone needs to buy. Oh. I'm just going to close this screen. Close tabs. Oh. My voice is fried. I need to get like a more proper meal. I think I haven't really eaten. I have lots of leftovers from the celebration of life that I went to. So for people who weren't here earlier in the stream, yesterday was quite the day for me. I went to a celebration of life for a friend who passed away in April. His death wasn't unexpected. He was 95. And we haven't been close in the past bunch of years, but he had a pretty significant impact on me when we were closer. And so that was super sad. And while I was there, I got a ticket for parking in front of a driveway, which I thought was somebody's lawn because it was overgrown with grass and it looked like a lawn. And there were no indents on it to indicate that a car actually parks there. Like, you would think that some areas would get worn down. Nope. Just looked like a lawn. A gravelly lawn, but a lawn. So I didn't realize. And so I will be challenging that ticket. I don't know how successful it will be, but it's $80. So I would like to challenge that because it's a very punitive system that disproportionately hurts people who live with poverty. Like, why charge somebody $80 for a mistake, like an honest mistake? It's just, I hate the system we live in. 56 Nick Ridge. We need some constitutional talk, Sandy. Thanks. Yeah. So, yeah. Linear is being super cute on my lap right now. But I do need to shift my legs. But it was nice seeing a bunch of people I haven't seen for a while, as these types of events tend to gather. So it was nice catching up with some people. There was lots of food because it was a potluck type thing, but oh, it was gross hot. And I still feel like my face is burning, even though it doesn't look like I burned, because I put sunscreen on. And I had a sun umbrella with me, so I kept out of it for the most part, but it was so hot that a lot of people who did show up didn't end up staying very long. But yeah, I gave her a copy of the book because the wife, widow, whom I'm also friends with, and gave her a copy of the book signed because he knew I was working on writing and whatnot back then, and it just, I feel like I'm too late for a lot of things. Like with my grandmother, I wish that I'd rediscovered my talent for art before she passed away so that she would know and be able to see it. And then there's other people, like I wish they saw my books while they were alive, just to know that I accomplished it. Like, I just hope to get financially stable before my mom passes away so that she doesn't, she saw that I'm okay type thing. You know, things like that. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Shemagely, somebody green me fast talking about ban the gray matter. Ban the gray matter and become Soylent Green in the chat. Anyway, I am losing steam, so I'll just do this. I'll just do this. You know the routine, you know the routine. Here we go. I have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Part of the reason why I'm struggling to get to the TYT video is I have to tend to my social media accounts. There's multiple. And for my other mystery book, I'm trying to build up those accounts, which means I have to spend a lot more time on social media just commenting and liking things. And it's just so frustrating. And it drains me. And so then the thought of working on the video after all of that is just, ugh. But I really need to get that done because it's an anchor. It really is. And before I lose my channel, I just want to prove to all you guys that I did it. It's one of those things. Oh. But I'm still worried that I've put all this work and energy into these TYT videos just for it to get like 1,000 views, which is still a lot for my channel, but still. came across one channel that got 10 million views on a TYT video that they did. It's older video. It's highlighting the upset that they had at Trump winning or something like that. And I've come across some really interesting YouTube channels recently. Just, Shemagely, Soylent Green names, yes. If you become part of the SandBox, a member of the SandBox, you're now Soylent Green as opposed to Elements of Sand. Anyway, yes, I am Grand Theft Autobot, Soylent Green Lantern. I'm in Bright as Day and Black as Night. They made of people. Yes, that's right. I sort of know the references there. Well, I know I've seen Soylent Green, but I don't know much of Green Lantern. Oh, down you go, cat. There you go. So Wednesday on this space will be my space. And I guess the next news live stream will be Sunday. Unless, you know, some big breaking news pops up in between that I feel like I need to hop on for. And hopefully I'll get around to clipping more things. It's frustrating to put the work into clipping stuff just for it to, you know, have to push it to get 100 views on it. So it's a lot of work for a little payoff, but hopefully someday it'll pay off bigger. We'll see. It's all about making a difference for everyone. That's the big picture. It's about making a difference for everyone. A positive difference. Anyway, I've chatted long enough. My voice is out. I'm calling it. I'm calling it a night. So yeah, all this stuff. Oh, right. And I should probably mention over here. I'm going to be switching my SandeeLovas account very soon to being exclusively about my writing and artwork. And the Left of the Box will be exclusively for this sort of stuff. So please subscribe to the Left of the Box accounts if you haven't yet on Blue Sky and Twitter, but I will be switching that over at some point. I now have 1,000 followers on my SandeeLovas Blue Sky account, which is really cool. And less than half that on the Left of the Box account. So please do that. So I don't have to cross post as much, because ideally once I get enough of my algorithms fixed on the Left of the Box account, I won't have to do the cross posting as much. But yeah. Anyway. There we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today. And thank you everyone for watching. Thank you to everyone who's already helped out by becoming a patron, a member, buying something from the wish list, which is linked in the description box below, donating towards Frodo's vet bill, watching, sharing, liking, modding, all of that. You all rock.